Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, good morning to you. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it is wonderful to have your company on this bright and gorgeous Thursday morning. We've got a lovely day ahead. I'm all ready. Are you ready? Let's get started with today's early bird. Now today's early bird is super useful. We love them here at Sewing Street. We know you do too. It's the friction pen, pack of 4 for $10.99. Not today though. It's our early bird. You've got black, you've got blue, you've got red and you've got green. If you've never seen these before, where have you been? Where have you been? But look, in books, brilliant, because for example, if you need to underline something, you know, or annotate something in your book, you can, and then you can just go in and rub the lines out. So I love that. So you can do that on things like obviously paper patterns and in your books, things like that. So you see there, all gone, smashing. But where it really comes into its own, of course, is on fabric. And we use it ever such a lot on fabric, don't we? I use it all the time. For example, if I am marking something like the position of a dart. Let me just see if I've got a little ruler. Oh yes, there we go. So for example, if this was a pattern piece here, and I wanted to put the position of a dart in, I can draw my dart in, for example. If I could do something like add the grain line, or even just write on a piece of fabric that this is, you know, bodice front, for example, so that I've got my clear markings there, and once I've used them, over with an iron and the marks have gone. Now of course in quilt making we might use it for adding in something like our quilting lines, maybe cross hatching, easy. We might be marking things like on a half square triangle, that diagonal piecing line, or even marking our seam allowance as well. Super, super useful. What about when we're doing things like embroidery and we want to mark the design? Now, of course, if you try and write on warm fabric, doesn't work, so I'm going to flip it over. But we might design something like, you know, a little embroidery design that we're then going to work. You know, and maybe I'm going to do a little rose here. You know, something like this. You can just draw it on, stitch it out, iron it, and it's gone. If it's in hard to reach places, use a hairdryer to remove the marks. Top tip, there you go. Now, it should be £10.99, not today, not today. Here's the price crash. We are dropping the price. Fantastic, £8.99, £8.99. So just £2.25 per pen. Now, you've got 4 different colours. So you've got blue, you've got green, you've got black, and red. Now, on our own website, we've got 1 friction pen for £3.99. So obviously, if you were to buy 4, that's going to cost you just under £16. But today, our early bird, £8.99, is going to get you 4. You also get the box as well that they sit in. I did not know that, Ben. Apparently, if you've got more, well, in fact, I've got 2 here. I wonder if I can do it. They'll stack against each other.
Next to each other.
Oh, like that. Is it? Oh, side to side. Oh, I see. Do they slot in like that? Oh, clever. Look at that. Very good. Very good. So 4 different pens, 4 different colours. All of them are heat or friction erasable. So if you can't use, you know, heat particularly on fabric, but you can use a little bit of friction, it'll also take the mark off of fabric as well. Because of course friction does create heat. So if I just show you what I mean. So I've created a little bit there, and you can use friction, you see, to remove the marks. There we go. Good morning to Hilary. Still warm this morning in Barnoldswick, but with a spot or 2 of rain. Oh my goodness. Catherine says, morning everyone. Just got out of hospital yesterday. Thyroid was in overdrive. Now back on medication, so feeling human again. Sad I missed Totally Patched today, but excited about Susan Briscoe today. Glad you're a little bit better. Let's see what's coming up, shall we? Let's have a look at our menu. So to start with, at 8 a.m, we have got nothing at all. Nothing at all. Well done, Ben. Oh my goodness. Well, I can tell you, because it's right in front of me, we've got some gorgeous autumnal fabrics. We've got some lovely autumny fabrics from Lewis and Irene. We've got some solid bundles. We've got some waterproof fabrics. We've got a whole host. We've got some lovely stuff. At 9 o'clock, we've got a Sashiko Masterclass with Susan Briscoe. Looking forward to that. We got her Sashiko 365. The sampler is in the studio. We've got her borrow book, but we've literally got 10 copies left. If you want that, grab that quick. We've also got the Ultimate Sashiko source book as well, but again, not many copies of that either. Plus panels, gorgeous Sashiko threads that even Susan Briscoe can't get hold of right now, but we have. We've got Sashiko needles. We've got it all basically. That's at 9. Now at 10 o'clock we've got, this sounds boring, plain fabric stash builders, but it's anything but boring. They're anything but boring. They're absolutely beautiful. We've got a rainbow of solids. We've also got some gorgeous, very well priced mottles as well. Absolutely fantastic at 10 o'clock. Now, 11 o'clock, Susan is back for more Sashiko Masterclass wonder, including these fabulous Hanafukin, which are, no, what they are, they're like Susan was telling me they're a cleaning cloth. They're a Japanese cleaning cloth, but they're much more beautiful than that. Much more beautiful than that. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Miss It, Miss Out quilt kits. I can't wait. And, oh yes, we've got the very last in stock of the Brother FS250. I think we've got 2 left. We haven't got many. Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Right, some good mornings. Good morning to Claire. Good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning to Wendy. Wendy is watching with her grandson, Josh, playing with his trains. Good morning to you both, Josh and Wendy. Anne says, morning, lovely Stuart. Good morning, my darling. Steph says, morning, Stuart. What a gorgeous shirt you're wearing. Thank you. Glad you like it. I use friction pens all the time. They're fab. Me too. Can't be without them now. Anne says, good morning, Stuart. Nice to see you. Good to have your company as well. Jan says, good morning, Stuart. Everybody. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Morning to everybody. Let's get started, shall we? Let's get started. Right, we're going to start. I've got a couple of gorgeous bundles of fabric from Lewis and Irene. These are brand new, just right for autumn. This is called Squirreled Away from Cassandra Connolly. Absolutely adorable. I'm really ready for some autumn stitching now, aren't you? Even though it's very warm, I've got my pumpkins out, my dander's up, and I am ready for it. I've got my autumn leaf garlands out already. I've got my ceramic pumpkins. I've got my candles all primed. I'm starting to get out my autumn decor and just starting to cozy down a little bit. Love this one with all the beautiful rose hips and elderberries. Have you seen all of the elderberries? Have you seen all the elderberries on the hedgerows now? Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I love making elderberry cordial and also elderberry ice cream. Oh, elderberry ice cream is incredible. Absolutely incredible. It is so delicious and rich and yummy. Anyway, look at these gorgeous fabrics. So we've got some gorgeous motifs in there. We've got kind of the wild mushrooms, squirrels, little dormice and hedgehogs in there. Blackberries, of course, elderberries, rose hips, autumn leaves. Absolutely gorgeous. And all of these are sort of mid-scale patterns, so really super to use then with things like mottles, solids, textures, maybe some batiks as well. Little stripe here and there to create some gorgeous autumn projects. Absolutely lovely. Now here you're getting 5 meters of fabric in total. There are 10 different fabrics. You're getting one of those half meters completely free. You're saving $7.99, which is a fantastic saving. It's 10%, isn't it? $71.91 for that. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to open this one out. I think this is such a beautiful all over print. So what are we going to make with these then? What about a lovely autumn table runner? I'm really into my table runners. I love them. It's a chance to use a new fabric range. You can make it in a weekend. You can maybe experiment with a bit of new piecing. I would throw in a little bit of purple with this, a little bit of terracotta, a little bit of gold, a little bit of tan. A little bit of black, actually. I'd pick out a little bit of black. That would look absolutely gorgeous with these as well. Would add that little bit of intensity. This is lovely, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. they're different scale of each other. Can you see? I mean, they're different design actually, but they're a different scale. This one, can you see all the hedgehogs? And when you look at it from a distance as well, do you see all those wonderful opportunities for fussy cutting? It's almost like a little clamshell shape. Can you see that? Like the clamshell shape here. Single figures on this bundle already. Oh my goodness. Single figures already. If you want to get this, you will need to be a little quick. Now, to go with this, we've got a complimentary bundle with some of the exact colours that I've been talking about right here. I'm going to keep this handy because I want to show you them next to each other. So this is a complimentary solids bundle. Are you kidding? Is that all it is? $15.95. That's fantastic. Little special on that. Very nice. Well, this is beautiful anyway. I would be using this in so many ways. I'm already thinking of my New Mexico pattern reimagined in these, and actually maybe mixing in some prints as well as the solids. Look at that. Ben, you did good. You did good. Look, that is absolutely beautiful. I think that's gorgeous. You see, this is what you can do. Start with the fabric, start with even one fabric and pull out some solids, some mottles, some blenders that complement it. I think that's lovely. $15.95, you get 2.5 meters of the coordinating solids. That's lovely. Really like that, Ben. Really like that. Don't forget, it was Ben who put together the initial palette for my New Mexico quilt. I had to tweak it a little bit, didn't I, Ben? I didn't really. All I did was I want more of blues, more of this, more of that, but the palette remained the same. Absolutely fab. He's really good at colours. But this is great, isn't it? You were playing the right notes, they just weren't in the right order. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And goes so well with these brand new prints squirreled away from Lewis and Irene. Isn't that fab? Well, don't we just want to be squirreled away? I love a bit of that. Tuck yourself away from the world, close the curtains, cozy down, light a few scented candles. Very nice. Bit of hand stitching, a bit of Sashiko, maybe. And a nice cuppa. Oh, lovely. Get Sewing with Abigail says, those planes with those patterns are a match made in heaven. Totally gorgeous. And Abigail knows what she's talking about. Yeah. Absolutely fab, aren't they? Really lovely. Keep going through for those solids. They're proving very, very popular. Now I've got another bundle of lovely autumny fabrics, which I know you're going to love. All of the pattern fabrics, by the way, that I'm showing you squirreled away is available by the ½ meter. I might have time to show you them individually, but we'll see. Got lots to show you today. Right, let me grab these next ones up. So this is... Oh, these are cute. The Woodland Collection, it's called. And these are from Nutex Susan Wheeler Designs. Oh, gosh. Love that cow parsley design. Oh, this is cute. This is really cute. 2.5 meters, you're saving £3, you're paying £31.95. And well, that's lovely. It's really cute. And actually, that would make the most adorable sort of woodland baby quilt, wouldn't it? I'd throw in some solids, and it just so happens I have a coordinating solid bundle to go with this. That is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Yes, really like those prints. Love the fact that we've got some British wildlife animals there. We've got gorgeous little hedgehogs, of course, and rabbits as well. Cow parsley, which is very reminiscent of childhood for me. Little bees as well. Just lovely. Soft and gentle. And this is a very, very usable background print as well, isn't it? With the pine cones and the leaves as well. Doesn't necessarily say autumn, doesn't have to say autumn at all, does it? But if you want to, it absolutely can. Oh, Margaret says you've always got great materials. We do have some good stuff, don't we? We do. We do. Oh, Jan's having to limit her sewing time. It aggravates my bad back. Very frustrating. That is frustrating, Jan. Short bursts better. I find the thing I find frustrating these is if I do anything for too long a period of time, I get all stiff. I stiffen up. Not good. Oh. Well, hopefully you can watch Sewing Street. This is the complimentary bundle anyway. Let me show you next to. Oh, that's a lovely compliment, isn't it? Yes, 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 and yes. Those are absolutely gorgeous. Now, can I just say that I would actually bring in this as well, as just a little extra pop. Just a little extra pop, but it's not in that bundle, it's in the other bundle. But what is that colour? Rose. So if you want to get a little bit of that to pop in as well, folks, a little bit of rose. But yeah, I mean, absolutely gorgeous. Really, really gorgeous. Another match made in heaven, Ben. Really, I'm loving this blue. Which blue is this? The darkest of the blues. Is it slate? Slate, that is gorgeous, isn't it? What a classy colour. You've got slate, silver mink, gold, candy blue, apple, candy blue, candy blue. Candy is blue. Okay. I'd have called it denim or something like that. But anyway, it's slate. There we are. Okay, gorgeous. Very nice. Very nice. And then I've got one more bundle of patterned fabrics. Oh, yeah. Cute. Cute, cute, cute. Is that a Riley Blake? Right, let me show you one more little range. This is cute. So 5 fabrics. Oh, very adorable. Look at this one. Oh, look. You've got deer, fox, squirrel, hedgehogs. A lot of hedgehogs. Squirrels. Absolutely adorable. Oh, this is Free Spirit. This is Free Spirit. This is, oh, hello. There's a certain attitude in that fox. So you got that. Oh, loving that. Look at those teacups. Look, that's gorgeous. Absolutely wonderful. I'm a fun guy. That's absolutely beautiful. Loving that. Oh, the next one. I haven't got much room for that, but I'll make room. Oh, look at the pumpkins. Look at the pumpkins. I'm all about white pumpkins. I'm all about white pumpkins. Gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Loving that. And then, as if all of that wasn't enough, check this out. How much fun could you have with that? They're almost like playing cards, aren't they? Isn't that smashing? I would be using, I'll show you, let me hold this up. I'd be using that, almost cutting them up as like block centres. I'd probably square them up and use them as block centres, star block centres, something like that. Love them. It is really special range. I love that. I really love those pumpkins. And the mushrooms. Absolutely fantastic. Well, that's autumn sorted, isn't it? Teresa says, good morning, gorgeous Stuart. Oh, I love the teacups and the pumpkins. We got these by the half metre. Lovely, lovely. Have we got a complimentary bundle? No, we don't. That's fine. Okay. 2 more plains bundles I can show you. Okay, let's do the reds. Now these are the colours of fire and autumn leaves. You've got brunette. You've got claret, something like that. Oh, yummy. I like how these sort of ombre. Oh, is that chocolate? Claret, terracotta, yeah. Hot tomato, cardinal. I think that's hot tomato, that's cardinal. Biscuit, biscuit, biscuit. Gold and sunshine. Oh, wow. That's stunning. Yeah. That's absolutely gorgeous. That's absolutely gorgeous. Now, what about doing a log cabin where you shade your logs from light to dark? What about that? What about that? Or what about doing autumn leaves, maple leaf pieced blocks? Some with dark backgrounds and light leaves, some with light backgrounds and dark leaves, and just mix and match all of your different colours and then mix them all up, and even make your maple leaf blocks in 3 different sizes that complement. So for example, like 6-inch, 9-inch, 12-inch, so divisible by 3, and then put them together. So you've got different sizes of block, and twist and turn your maple leaves all around so it looks like they're being tossed in the wind. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Yeah, love how they are ombre'd. Just beautiful. Autumn Friends is this range we've just looked at, isn't it? This one. Do you know, thank you. I honestly think this one. I think this one would go best. Because it's got, especially look, these pumpkin-y, these absolutely spot on. You could add some pink. Actually, again, I'm just going to grab this one because the rose is a little darker, but it's the right sort of tone. Yeah. So, you know, probably that would be me. That would be me. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Do you know, I think in the last couple of weeks we've all got a little bit turned on to solid fabrics. Don't you think? I definitely have. I'm really, really feeling them at the moment, and I want to work with them more and more at the moment. I think it's having a bundle, isn't it? All put together. You think, oh, I can see how that would work. You could do New Mexico with this. That would be absolutely gorgeous, wouldn't it? Or you could supplement, if you've got the New Mexico kit, you could supplement it with these. You could add some extra rows. You could make it bigger. Yummy. Absolutely yummy. Or what are you going to throw in? A bit of blue. Oh my goodness. That was Ben just throwing fabric at me. Yummy. Yummy. Peacock. Peacock. Luscious. Absolutely luscious. Well, that is out in the desert, isn't it? It's the desert colours with that clear, brilliant sky. Absolutely luscious. Well done. Yes. Yes. Very, very nice. I do. I love it. I love it. Right. So that's our complementary solids. I've got one more. And it's greens. And again, if you wanted to do those, that maple leaf quilt idea, I would throw in some greens. I'd probably throw in some slaty blues as well, just for a bit of, you know, that sort of slaty blue sky that you get in the autumn. I would probably do that, actually. So these greens could be good. Simple bundle, brilliant price, £12.16 for 2 metres. Just some really lovely, useful greens. And what greens do we have? I've got to tell you. We've got bottle emerald, fur and khaki. Lovely. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, it's a fab price, £12.16, £3 saving. You're getting 2 metres. Should be £15.16. Fabulous. Fabulous. Lovely just to throw into your stash so you've always got them. And think about Christmas. Christmas. Yeah. There's an awful lot of green in autumn. There's a lot of green. There's a lot of, you know, and actually to bring all of those browns and golds and reds to life, they need a little bit of complementary colour. And of course, things like those kind of slaty blues, the greens as well, will counter them beautifully. Look great. Absolutely fab. Love it. Love it. Okay. Now, talking of leaves, did you notice the quilt that hangs behind me? This is the Tumbling Leaves quilt from Kay Facet. Now, I did this show on the 23rd of last month, 23rd of August, and did a full demo of this. This is the traditional tumbling blocks quilt pattern, sort of supersized and then made easy. All of the Y seams have been taken out because quite a few of these diamonds are actually equilateral triangles. You can see it there, can't you? And because of that, they're pieced in vertical columns, which takes out the Y seams, makes it so much easier, and you know, really, it's no harder than sewing squares together. And if you watch the demo on the 23rd of August, you'll see that. Super easy. Now, I need to just let you know, I've only got one of these, and we're not staying at £249.99. Watch this. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh, £179.99. That's more like it. Thank you, Ben. That is a special price. That's a fabulous price. It's a big quilt as well. It's 160 by 210, so it's going to fit beautifully on a bed. You get loads of lovely fabrics in there, absolutely oodles, and they are stunners as well. All of the patterned fabrics are leaf prints. They're all leafy prints, which is a lovely thing actually, and it sort of pulls the whole quilt together. And also as well, they are rainbow coloured, which of course I'm going to approve of. Yeah, rainbowy autumn. So you've got, look at these gorgeous, gorgeous prints that you've got. So bright and sunny, and just love the palette here. Oh, wow. It's quite an autumny quilt actually, isn't it? It's a good one for autumn. Look at this. These purples and oranges, and the vibrancy in this quilt is absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. It's sold out. It's sold out. Well done. Well done if you've got that. Now, just a quick point. You will need Kay Facet's Timeless Themes book for the pattern. The pattern is in the book. If you've already got it, great. If you haven't already got this book, it's a fabulous book actually. You save a £5, it's £19.99, and it's absolutely full of inspiration of the timeless themes that Kay uses again and again. Vases, baskets and bowls, florals, circles, stripes, you know, and you've got loads of inspiring photographs and words, but you've also got 23 new quilt patterns from Kaffe. So explore those timeless themes. Well done if you got this kit, by the way. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, I was showing you earlier on some gorgeous patterned fabrics. I want to show you them by the half metre, or as many as we've got, certainly. Now, where shall we start, Ben? Squirreled away first? Absolutely. Let me grab that. So this is a newie from Lewis and Irene. Yeah, Cassandra Colony. I think, is she a new designer for them? Oh. Ah, very first Lewis and Irene designer not to be a family member. So should we start with MY41? So this is that lovely soft green. Oh, I've not met her. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's a real serenity in these fabrics, don't you think? A soft palette. Oh, a nice point. Ben's just telling me that the designs are all based on poems that Cassandra writes. She writes poems and then designs fabric from those poems. That is lovely. Little rose hips. Gorgeous. By the half metre, £7.99. Larger scale this time, same colours, same idea, ending 2-4. And just to show you this change of scale, so I think probably like a quilt border or the larger parts of a bag would be lovely. Lots of this in baskets. This would be a good one as well if you were doing a quilt where the blocks, or a table runner where the blocks were on point and you wanted setting triangles. This would be a great fabric for that because it kind of pulls the whole thing together, and it's the largest scale as well. Very, very nice. What about getting yourself half a metre of one or two of these plus a complimentary solids bundle and then making something wonderful? Next one, NU92. Love this warm caramel shade. Isn't that cosy? Lovely for dressmaking as well. The feel of this fabric, it is so beautiful quality, soft. Lewis and Irene are fab, aren't they? Lewis and Irene are fab. They do some absolutely beautiful fabrics. Love the terracottas, that puce, the little bit of magenta in there. They've snuck that in. Very nice. Now, full on autumn, this one. TB82. We've got squirrels, we've got mice, we've got hedgehogs, and of course, gorgeous autumn leaves. Now that I think would be really lovely, layered, crosshatch quilted and then made up into an autumn jacket. You know what I mean? Use something like H630 or H640 to pad it and then make yourself a light jacket out of that. Be stunning. Or you know, jerkin or a gilet, that sort of thing. A gilet. Now, STU 30, Stew 35. That used to be my email address. No, I'm joking. That was a long time ago. Oh gosh, that seems strange to say, but it's true. It was a long time ago. Gosh, no, it's a lot longer than that. Oh, gorgeous, look. Little squirrels found some elderberries, scampering away with them. I read somewhere once that squirrels don't bury nuts to hide them away. They actually bury them to almost sort of start the decomposition process so that they can digest them more easily or eat them more easily, I think. I don't know. I might have just dreamed that. Gorgeous. Love the green in there as well. Isn't it pretty? Now, next up, more full-on autumn. DV59. We always used to leave a little saucer of cat food out for hedgehogs when I was a child. Oh, it was lovely. We used to sit at the window looking out for them, just try and see them. We would occasionally, more often than not, we would see the footprints, little muddy footprints where they'd been. But very cute, very cute. Yeah, they're gorgeous. They're so sort of British, aren't they? They're like Australia's got kangaroos and we've got hedgehogs. Yeah, they are. They're loved by the whole nation. They're like the animal version of robins. We all love hedgehogs, right? Beautiful, beautiful. Of course, red squirrels, very rare these days. Yeah, Scotland, yeah. Scotland. They do still have a decent number in Scotland, but in the rest of the country, they're really rare. EJ28. Oh, I love that. The scale of the print's gorgeous. What about some little quilted zippy pouches made out of those? Or just a really simple kind of rectangular zip top bag that you can sort of sling over your shoulder just for nipping to the shops, or if you're going out dog walking or just walking. I don't have a dog, so I can't go dog walking, but mushrooms, IP76, yes please. Oh, lovely, lovely. Oh, I must tell you a quick funny story, you'll like this. My dad was a great one for walking. He was a real country boy. And he would sometimes find field mushrooms on his walks. So he would cut them and bring them home. Lovely. And then I remember he was always very good at finding the right sorts of mushrooms. I remember one day, my mum took them in the kitchen. And she called through and she said, "This is making my hands go all yellow, these mushrooms. Making my hands go all yellow." Of course, this preceded the internet, but we did know what yellow staining mushrooms are, and they do look just like ordinary mushrooms, but they are highly poisonous. Yes, and you notice them because as you start cutting them, they start going bright yellow and staining yellow. So yeah, we didn't eat them, obviously. Obviously, to be so careful, don't you, if you forage. But blackberries I still forage. I foraged blackberries at the weekend and made blackberry and apple pie. Oh, they are magical fruit, aren't they? Because if you've ever popped a raw one in your mouth, you think, oh, they're so sour and not nice at all. But add some sugar and a little heat and they are the most beautiful fruit ever. I'd rather have cooked blackberries than anything else. OF93. Oh, Teresa says there's quite a population of red squirrels on Mersey Island in Essex. Teresa, that's very, I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I suppose if they're in a contained area where they're a bit protected. It's the grey squirrel, isn't it, from North America that did for the red squirrel. Stuart, come to Anglesey. We only have red squirrels. Carol, I'm on my way. No, I have to stay. Sandy says, morning Stuart, lovely to see you again. Did you know only red squirrels are allowed on the Isle of Wight? Sandy, I did not know that. But I do remember going through passport control and them looking at me and saying, oh, you're all right, in you come. I didn't know. A little bit of red. Oh, no. Well, I'm back on the Isle of Wight next year, Sandy. Make sure you come and say hello. I think next September, going to the island again. Oh, Charlie and I had such a good time. Such a good time. Loved it. And one more. This has been the most popular. Oh, I can kind of see it is rather gorgeous, isn't it? Everything that you want an autumnal fabric to be. Margaret says, morning all, late to the party. Oh, you're not that late, lovely. It's all right. So watching on catch up. Hope you have a great day. Oh, bless you. You too. Really nice, lovely. Right. Next ones. These ones. Okay. Right. Lovely. EO20. So these are the blues. Gorgeous. Look at the price of this. Watch the price of this. £6.99 a half metre. Woodland Collection Dragonflies. Fabulous. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a linen look to it. I'd mix this with some denim. Or some calico, seeded natural cotton. It's got a bit of texture to it, so I'd echo that in the coordinates that I put with it. Very, very nice. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Next one we've got is the cow parsley. Ending 85. Is it 85? 86. Cow parsley is really pretty, isn't it? Really pretty. I love cow parsley. It's one of our really, it's a really underrated wildflower, but you see drifts of them along roadsides, and I just, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, next up, little bunny rabbits on grey, ending 92. Oh, so cute. Jennifer in East Sussex has got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Scrumptious autumn fabrics. Where can I get the pattern for the quilt behind you, please? Well, easy peasy, I can tell you that. It is in K Facet's Timeless Themes. Thank you. Very good. Looking after me, cat. It is K Facet's Timeless Themes. 23 new quilt patterns in there from classics, and also tons and tons of inspirational photography and words from Kate. The pattern is in there. It is right there. Tumbling Leaves, it's called. Tumbling Leaves. Great book, great quilt. Really easy to make as well, that. Very easy pattern. Very easy pattern. Right, little rabbits, little rabbits, little rabbits. Right, next one, FJ93. This is the hedgehogs. Oh, lovely. Ever so cute. Ever so cute. That would be really lovely as a lining for a child's raincoat, wouldn't it? You could Odicoat, you could use it on the outer. Carmela says, I love cow parsley too. It reminds me of my childhood at my grandparents' farm. Oh, Carmela. Me too, though. It reminds me of walking along the country lanes growing up. They were always full of cow parsley, both sides. No cars on the road, the odd bicycle, and that was it. Things have changed a lot, haven't they, in 10 years? Well, they have. RC83. Just a lovely, low volume, lovely linen texture in the background, little pine cones, little leaves, little beetles as well, which is cute. Fab. Are we doing these by the half metre as well? Very, very quickly, very quickly. Pumpkins, pumpkins, pumpkins. Hello, pumpkin. Oh, yeah, look at that, though. Awesome friends. Pumpkin Paradise. I want loads of that. Oh, I do want loads of that. I want to make a table runner for my autumn party. Well, I'm doing cocktails and cupcakes. I know, for just before Halloween. So I need Well, I'm making some things at the moment, actually. Morning, Viv. She's late to the party. Sorry. Don't apologise, lovely. This is a panel. This one's a panel. So it'll be cut like this. Okay. 0.6 metres for £9.99. But we've only got 5 of them left. Great fun. Next one, the mushrooms. The mushrooms. 7 units left. You can get them all in the bundle, but by the half metre, very, very limited. Very limited stock on these. Really cute. Teacups next. Teacups next. Bruce, that sounds weird coming from you. Gorge. Absolutely gorgeous. A little bit of a nod to autumn, but not too much. And then the last one in that range, these lovely rondelles, if you like. £7.99 a half metre. Really cute. Now, waterproof fabrics, because of course these are super important. It gets wet in the autumn. Yeah, autumn's going to be here before you know it. Are we doing the pet ones first? So waterproof fabrics. Waterproof fabrics. I've got a green, I've got a blue, and I've got a red. We'll start with red. It's the most limited. Look at the price, £4.99, and this fabric's extra wide as well. It is waterproof, perfect for things like making dog beds with, or pet beds. You could also use this for a waterproof coat for doggy. You could use it to make bags. It's nearly 60 inches wide. It's great. Or you could make a big mat to put in the back of the car for when the dogs have been out for a run and they come back all muddy and wet. Jump in the back of the car. That's great. Or what about making a little coat out of it for grandchildren? Very cute. Or for yourself, of course. It's gorgeous. That's the red. Really, really limited though. Blue next. Blue next. So on the underside, again, you've got this sort of black, sort of semi-shiny finish, which is also water resistant, but the real magic is on this side, and it is waterproof fabric. That's absolutely brilliant stuff. Great price as well, isn't it? £4.99. If you make and sell, this is ideal, isn't it? Extra wide, great price, gorgeous, does a really good job. You could also use this to back a quilt or a blanket that you want to take out to use on the ground. So if you do things like fishing, bird watching, you know, things like that, or you're going to some of the autumn agricultural shows and you want a little something to be able to sit on, this would be ideal. Right, green next. It's PU coated waterproof pet fabric. $4.99 for that. Now I've also got some solids. If you thought the prices of the pet fabrics were good, wait till you see these. We'll start with ochre or terracotta. Oh, terracotta, okay. Gorgeous though, isn't it? What a lovely colour. So that's your underside, £3.99 a half metre. It's fantastic. You could use these for things like bucket hats or rain hats, rain hoods as well. We haven't done the water trick. It's about 58 inches wide. About 58 inches wide. I need to do a live demonstration, don't I? I need water. Bring me water. Thank you.
Welcome.
Look! That's crazy, isn't it? Wibbler wobbler. Wibbler wobbler. Look, it's all merged. This is like... Oh, look, that's... I want to get them all together without getting it all over myself. There we go. It's all oh, no. How cool is that? Look. This is you on a wet day. You're not going to get wet. Thank you, Kat. Look, that's absolutely mad. I've got it everywhere now. I know, they're all escaping. That's absolutely brilliant. Well, I think you probably could literally just, couldn't you? And it would be gone all over the floor. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. Yeah, just do the wibble wobble. That's the way to do it. It's brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And the counter has had the best clean it's had in ages. More to the point. That's probably going to look weird, isn't it? Right. What about blue? The blue is gorgeous. It's like a sort of real bright, cobalty blue, isn't it? Again, 58 inches wide. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Do they call it hydrophobic fabric? I just call that fun. I think it's hydrophobic, isn't it? It's a great word. Oh, I've only got 1.5 meters left. 1.5 meters left, that's it. Loads of you coming in for that. What are you going to use it for? Fishing blanket, picnic blanket maybe? Something for the back of the car? Just so that you can wibble wobble and impress friends and neighbours. I like the green actually. That's a good country green, that. That'd be really good actually to make a... You could make a showerproof cape, couldn't you? Viv says, what a good idea, Stuart. I've been getting a damp derriere fishing in Norfolk. Viv, no, not a damp derriere. Fishing in Norfolk, whereabouts? I used to live in Norfolk and teach in Norfolk. Nobody wants a damp derriere now, do they? That sounds like a lot of fun, but better if you were sitting on even a cushion made out of this waterproof fabric would protect you. You could make a cape, you could make a hood, you could make a bag, you could make a doggy coat. Cats won't wear coats, will they? They're a bit above all that. Believe me, I've tried to dress up Mrs. Mills and she's having none of it. None of it. One more, it's black. It is good old black. You cannot go wrong with black. The underside is almost this sort of pewter almost look. And then waterproof black. Maria's got in touch to say, morning gorgeous. And Viv says, I'm house sitting in Galston-on-Sea. I learnt to drive in Galston. Well, in fact, I had my driving test in Galston. Oh, very good. Oh, wow. Hope you're enjoying Norfolk. All right, we need to go to a break. When we come back, my very dear friend, Susan Briscoe, will be joining me for a Sashiko Masterclass.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account. and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Now, I've asked Alan, and as yet, he still hasn't received that present. So I don't know what's happened. John's probably taken it on holiday with him, hasn't he? Anyway, I'm here with the fabulous Susan Briscoe, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Susan. Great to have you
Hi.
back.
Yes, it's really, really lovely to be back in the studio.
It's been way too long.
I know, it has been a very, very long time, but the reason I didn't come back for ages was I had a little bit of work done on my nose. No, I didn't have it reshaped or anything, but there was a funny little patch of skin, which I thought was a reaction to wearing a mask, during COVID and everything. And I went to see a dermatologist, and it wasn't.
Oh.
But fortunately, it wasn't anything, too nasty.
Sinister, yeah.
No, too
Good.
sinister. But I didn't know what was going to happen, you see.
Well, it's great to have
regarding
you
it.
back.
So, yes,
It's great
it is
to have
lovely
you
to be
back.
back. And my nose looks great.
It really does.
Kidding you.
I'm
Right.
going to take a little bit of time off and have something done to mine too. Anyway, it is really lovely to have you back, Susan. It's been ages since I've seen you. Now, we're going to get cracking. We have got very limited copies of some of Susan's absolutely fabulous books. We're going to start with the book of Borrow, a personal favourite of mine. I've literally got single figures. You've been ransacking our supplies. We've got single
really?
figures left. The book of Borrow. While I flick through, Susan, would you just give us a brief overview of what Borrow is?
Well, goodness me, what borrow is. It literally means junk or rubbish or something absolutely worthless. But of course, that can apply to textiles as well.
Yeah.
So years ago in Japan, when people didn't have a lot of money, people out in farms up in the north, they had to really conserve the textiles that they had. So the borrowed textiles that they made, they were a combination. It wasn't just a case of patching clothes and things like that, but also making clothes out of bits and pieces of second-hand reused fabric. And there was actually a big trade in second-hand fabric. It used to be sent up north in big bales, and women would club together, buy this bale of old fabric and clean it all up, and then they'd make different things out of it. So what I did in the book, I took some of the old pieces of borrowed textiles that I've collected over the years, which I kind of fell into that really, because we had an antique shop in the town where I used to work in Japan, and they gave me a sack full of old junk, and he said, I can't sell this, it's going in the bin. Maybe you can make something out of it, because he'd heard I did sewing and patchwork and things, and that was what set me off. So I ended up sort of collecting quite a few things. So for the book, we took an old item each time, and then I came up with something new, something that we would want to use, that was using the same techniques, the same kind of look, similar fabrics. So it's a project book really, but they're lovely and easy. And the thing that I like about it, the stitching is very, very rough and ready. It's not measured. It's completely the antithesis really of Sashiko, where you're doing designs and patterns and things like that, in that it's just stitching all over the place. So I've got a few pieces actually on the desk next to me, and I know we're going to have to do this really quickly because we're going to run out of books so quickly, aren't we?
We're going to run out of time.
Yes, we are indeed. But I've got a few things. There's a table runner that's sort of
lovely.
down here. I'll just hold a little bit of that up there. Believe it or not, that was made out of a pair of old trousers that I tie-dyed. Because in the book I used little bits of new fabric, little bits of old fabric, bits of junk, all sorts of things.
The picture's gorgeous, the Mount Fuji.
Well, the little picture, that's in the book too. And that's literally, again, made out of, it's junk, it's bits of scrap. The wee frame was one that I just bought that from IKEA. I think it was about £5 or less than that, something like that. So it's so easy to make a little piece like that.
Absolutely beautiful. The book itself
like
is $14.99. It's signed as well by Susan,
I did sign
and also includes my own particular favourite, which is the hand 10 jacket.
Oh, we've got that with us. I could have dressed you up in it.
Oh, yes, please.
I'll let you wear it for the next show.
Gorgeous second hour. Way more of those in baskets than we've got.
Oh dear.
We'll move on because of time.
Yes,
now, the next book that's in
that.
very, very short supply is the Ultimate Sashiko Source Book. Again, while I flick through this, what can we expect in this fabulous book. $11.99, by the way. The price is incredible.
It's a really good book to just get you started off with Sashiko. It shows you everything you need to know, really, to get you started.
Wow.
How to draw patterns on your own fabric. I always think that is, I know I've done panels, and we're going to be selling those in a moment, but you know, being able to draw your own Sashiko designs is absolutely wonderful. And of course, Sashiko traditionally, it came out of what was used on farmers and fishermen's clothes and household things like furoshiki wrapping cloths, futon covers, believe it or not, things like that. And over the years, it's developed many, many wonderful patterns. And the interesting thing is that nearly every pattern in Sashiko that you see, you can find it somewhere else in Japanese art and design. So obviously women were going around and going, oh, that's a nice design on the temple columns.
Yes.
I think I'll copy that. Or,
yes.
now that's a really lovely design on that screen over there. Now, wouldn't that make a really super Sashiko design? So the way I got into it was I was an English teacher in Japan. When I went back in the year 2000 for the Millennium New Year holiday, I suddenly became aware of this amazing Sashiko that was being done in the town where I lived. And it was a little bit different to what I'd seen in books as well. And it was a type called Hitomezashi, which means one-stitch Sashiko. And in fact, the little section that you're in at the moment there at the back of the book.
Oh, gosh.
Stuart, that inspiration gallery section, that's all work by my friends from the town where I lived, who've now formed a Sashiko group called Use a Sashiko. And yes, their stuff's a little bit different because a lot of their traditional designs, they almost look like black work. But you know, the amazing thing is, it's all running stitch.
Absolutely love these.
I know, but you look at it and
Gorgeous.
you think, it's something different.
Yeah.
But it isn't. I've got a little tiny work bag here. I don't even do a little overhead shot of that at all. I popped it right in front of me. Is it in the right place? Yes, we can see it. Wonderful. This is just a tiny little work bag that one of my friends made in User, and it's just got a strip of Sashiko through the middle. She's actually used some Indian cottons on it as well and coordinated.
It's gorgeous.
It's lovely. Little zip bit on the top. And it's got assorted bits of junk of mine, which I'm not going to show you.
So many lovely things you can do with Sashiko, aren't there? I've got to tell you, at home, there's
you can do all sorts.
way less than we have. We've got way less than the number in baskets. We'll leave it there. Right, Sashiko 365. This is your latest book, isn't it, Susan?
It is, yes.
365 different Sashiko patterns. Stitch a new Sashiko pattern every day of the year. And the quilt is hanging behind you.
Thank you. It is. It's hanging behind me. This huge quilt. I think we took a few pictures of it earlier. Oh yes, we're running through them now, and it is 365 different designs, and the book shows you how to mark all of them, how to draw them all from scratch. Most of the all the geometric designs, in fact, start out with a grid, and they go from there. And there are a few kanji characters. There's the seasons, because I thought, well, it being 365, it was nice to have the Japanese writing for the seasons. And there's also a number of little Kamon crests as well. Now, there are actually some of the same crests that appear on my panels, because they're just ones that have become great favourites.
Yes.
You know, these are used by Japanese family. Every family has their own crest, and they're so decorative and pretty. And when I've been teaching Sashiko classes over the years, these are the designs that people have kept choosing again and again and again. And actually the book came out of my Sashiko courses. It was quite a few years I was doing these courses where it was done over, I think, 8 sessions we had. I think at one stage we were doing 10. And one of my students, and one of them said, I wonder, could you do a different Sashiko pattern for every day of the year? And rather stupidly I said, oh yeah, I'm sure you can. Sort of set myself a challenge there. And so this ended up being the result at the end of it. Of course, what happens with some of the designs, you know, most of them are actually designs where I've focused in on a small section of a much, much bigger pattern.
Okay.
So depending on which part you look at, you can get a different effect. So with the shippo design, which is on here, I was pointing it out earlier on actually. This is one bit of it here. If you focus in on it one way, you get this sort of 4-petal flower kind of effects with it.
Yeah.
But can we whiz over to the other side? If you focus it on the other way, you get this circle that's divided up.
Yes.
And the other interesting thing as well, you know, I was saying about how women obviously looked at patterns and thought, well, you know, how can we do those in Sashiko? is that a lot of these patterns, they came to Japan along the Silk Route. So actually, you can find that design on Roman mosaics.
Amazing.
And it is surprising how many patterns seem to have started out in the same place and gone in 2 different directions.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, there's one design on one of the panels we're going to be showing very, very soon, which I think it's called a pelter, and it's a Celtic and a Roman design as well.
Interesting.
It is. It's fascinating.
There's a lot of cross-fertilisation, isn't there,
there
with different
is.
styles
There
and
is,
patterns
yes.
around the world.
Yeah.
It's incredible. If you want to grab your book, you can. It's $16.99 for Sashiko 365 by Susan Briscoe. Your brand
can
new
I say a
book.
little thing about it as well?
Yep.
I do have a group on Facebook, and it's called The Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook and Sashiko 365 Stitch Along. And what I've been doing each day of the year, I'm putting a different block from the book, running in the same sequence, mind, and I'm writing a little bit more about it. And sometimes I'm showing some pictures of other design inspirations. So yeah, it's great. Come and join us. It's a lot of fun.
Fabulous, fabulous. Well, that sounds fun as well. A nice little community. Now, we're
is.
going to have a look. We've got some Sashiko thread. And Susan, you were saying you can't buy some of this thread at the moment because we've got it all. So this is
you beat me to
the
it.
ultimate place to get it. Right, can we start? Let's go very traditional and start with the white. So this ends 9-1. So in here we've got 100 meters of Japanese Sashiko thread. So this is the genuine stuff, Susan.
Yes, it is. Yes.
$4.99. And you use this as a single thread, don't you? You don't double.
You can do both. You can do
double
single
up.
and double. In fact,
Okay.
I've got a sample I'm going to show you in a minute that I've done both.
Cool.
You're going to enjoy that, I hope.
But this is the essential thread, and white is a very
Yes.
traditional colour for Sashiko,
It is.
isn't it?
The 100 metre that you've got there, it's almost like an antique white. It's not a bright sort of pearl kind of white. It's yes, it's just a nice shade, really.
Gorgeous.
And then you've got the cream.
Next one, cream, so ending 8-3. So this is a lovely warm, almost tan cream, isn't it?
It's quite a deep one, that. It's
Yeah.
one of my favourites, actually.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, the
And-
sample I've stitched that I'm going to show you in a moment uses that one.
Fab. And you
I'm
can
making
mix
you
them
wait.
as well, can't you? And have
You can.
2 or 3 different colours in one
You're about
project.
to see that.
Oh, excellent. Good. Next up, I've got like an ochre, which is ending 5-6.
I love that colour.
It is ochre. Oh,
yes,
good.
it's yellow ochre.
Yeah. Excellent.
It's such a beautiful colour.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Funnily enough, you can actually dye that colour with indigo if you boil it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I love the fact that they're matte as well.
They are. They're very non-shiny Sashiko threads. They're very smooth, very strong. And the threads that you've got over there today, they are mercerised Sashiko threads. So all the fluff's been burnt off them.
Yeah.
So they're really nice to stitch with. They don't fluff up at all.
Oh, good. We like that.
Yes.
Next one ending
do I.
7-8. Is this gold? Yellow.
I call that one golden yellow.
Yeah, golden yellow. Yes.
It goes very nicely actually with the cream and the yellow ochre.
Oh,
I'm sorry I
yeah.
keep butting in, but it's so lovely to see all of these different thread colours and be
Oh,
showing
I
them
could
to
completely
everybody.
imagine using all 4 of those in one project. Would
Well,
look gorgeous.
I used all 3.
$4.99 for 100 metres. And
That's very good.
I'm assuming that will go a very long way.
Yes, it
as
does.
well.
It does.
Next
yeah.
one ending 1-7. This is the green. It's rather lovely.
Yeah, the green is a
Sage.
really nice, soft kind of. I'm trying to think how to describe it. Really, sagey kind.
Yeah,
of green,
we've
that
called
one,
it
really.
sage.
Oh, you have.
Yeah.
I'm a mind reader.
Love, you are. Next up, we've got ending 5-4, turquoise.
That's another favourite shade of mine.
Gorgeous.
When I first
that.
started out doing Sashiko, I only had 2 colours of thread, and one of them was white and one of them was turquoise.
Oh, so what sort of colour fabrics would you use the turquoise on?
It looks fantastic on the dark blue, but really, you can use it. I can see one of the panels that you've got there. We're going to be showing people in a moment, which, well, when you see it, when you see the 2 together, it'll just look fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. And then the last one that I've got ends 1-5, which is rainbow. Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you, because I designed that.
Oh, did you? Yeah, it's lovely.
It's something that I really wanted, a proper rainbow thread that went through, the rainbow colours, like the whole sequence, the right order. Because I'd seen other rainbow threads and they didn't. They just did random colours. And I thought, we do need that. So I designed it, and it's got, I think, is it 7 different colours. It's the maximum number that can actually be dyed.
Oh, okay.
Using the process that they have for a
I'm all for that.
Yeah, and it looks fab, absolutely fab. And I've got a little piece that I've stitched with that somewhere as well, which I'll show you in a moment.
Lovely.
Well, it's a work in progress. It's not quite finished.
Now, the other thing, the rainbow is flying out. You're loving the rainbow too.
Oh, good.
Who doesn't love a rainbow, eh?
I
now,
do.
I've also got some proper Sashiko needles. These are from Clover. Shall we do the pack ending 39 first?
Is that the pack with the 8?
Yes.
Yeah, there's actually 4 different sizes in that. You get 2 of each one. It's a very, very useful set.
Which ones should we be using? I mean, what's the difference? Because these ones are very long. We'll get to those in a second.
Right.
But these ones, what would we use these for?
I tend to go for the shorter needles when I'm doing a pattern where the line is changing direction quite a lot, or a pictorial design, something like that. If I'm doing one of the Hitomizashi designs I mentioned earlier, which is the one stitch Sashiko, where you're stitching back and forth. With the long needle, you can pleat a lot of stitches on the tip of the needle, because that is the way it's stitched. You kind of pleat the fabric onto the needle.
Yes.
And hopefully I'm going to be showing you that in a little moment as well.
Absolutely.
It might be in the next show, it might be in this one. I'm not quite sure how we're going to fit it in this morning. Okay. It'll be in one of this morning shows. Okay. I'll do a little demo of that.
Perfect.
So, so it's useful to have both sets, actually.
Fair enough.
If you're going to be doing a lot of Sashiko.
This is $5.99 for these, so they don't break the bank. How lovely to see our blue-haired goddess on our screens again. Susan got me into Sashiko addiction many years ago. Love, June, who's in East Sussex.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
You're often described as a blue-haired goddess.
I just had it reblued, actually.
Reblued. I love it. Well, it hasn't gone unnoticed.
It's because it started to go grey. That was why. And I always threatened that when I started to go grey, it was going back to blue, which was the colour it used to be when I was a student. So.
Oh, wow. Full circle. I love that.
It was long in those days, so it was even more messy than it is now.
All right, we've also got the longer needles, which, as Susan said, are great if you're working on like long straight lines where you complete lots more stitches onto a longer needle. Useful to have both. $3.49, and you get 3 different lengths.
If you're not used to using a very long needle, I would start with the shorter one and work your way up.
Yeah.
But really, the very long one is very, very useful indeed.
Good to know, thank you. Because it is essentially a running stitch, isn't it, Sashiko?
It is a running stitch, and the way that, as I said before, the way that you stitch, you're pleating the fabric onto the tip of the needle. So those needles are very stiff, they don't bend. If you try and do the same thing with an ordinary embroidery needle, you'll very quickly kind of put a bow into the needle. And you're more or less holding the needle still. And I'll keep describing it, I'll have to show you in a moment.
No, that would be great.
We have a lot of panels to show people first.
Yeah,
and I want to tell you a little bit about those as well.
Let's do that. Let's do that
We
next.
have so much to do today.
There is. Let's start off then, shall we, with, now this is a panel that starts ZB61.
What does it look like? I can't quite see what you've got on the table there. Which one is it? Hold it up.
This is GO19.
GO19, right. In 2019 we brought out 2 different panels on 6 different fabric colours, and then the following year we did the same thing. So there's 2020 GO and 2019 GO. Yeah, and there's the other one, the Camon Crest design, and there's 8 different designs on those. I have got some here actually. Which colour are you starting with?
Oh, well, I'm going to bring them over actually, because it's probably easier to look together. Yes,
it is. It is.
So, can I just make a little bit of space here?
Yes, you can make a bit of space
all
there.
Right?
I'll put my work bag out of the way.
Okay.
And the thread out of the way.
Okay.
And actually, I need to swap places with you. You go there.
Oh, okay.
You go there.
Yeah.
I'll go here. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Right.
Now I can see what you've got.
Yes.
Properly.
So we'll start with the navy blue.
Now the fabric that these are on is called Kofu Samugi, and it's woven with a black thread and a coloured thread. So it's got a really intense depth of colour. It's absolutely wonderful. Perfect for using, for Sashiko, obviously. Anyway, I'll let you introduce that.
Cool, no
And
problem.
I'll refold this.
So the panel is $21.99, and what's the size of it, Susan?
It's actually 60 centimetres by 110 wide. It's printed across the fabric width. They're actually hand printed, you know those. Hand screen printed.
Oh, wow.
And that is the maximum size that they can print.
Oh, okay,
So
cool.
that is why we're working on that size. But what you get on each of these panels, whether it's the 2019 Geo or the 2020 Camon or whatever, you get 8 large squares, which are, I think, around about 9 inches square. And you get 8 small squares as well. So you've got the choice. You can put it together as a whole panel, or you can cut it up and you can use them like patchwork blocks, so you can make different things out of them.
Yeah.
So there's a lot you can do with them.
Yeah.
Very versatile.
There's lots of versatility in there, isn't there? And also the printing on the panel, you've got individual stitches printed rather than a solid line.
Yes, rather than a solid line. So you literally just stitch what is there. It's printed in a white washout ink, so for goodness sake, do not wash it.
Don't pre-wash.
No, or you'll have a blank piece of fabric.
Yeah.
And it does wash out very easily. When I say wash out, it's like rinse it out. Just pop it in the sink, give it a swoosh around, and it will go.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it comes out pretty easily. And of course you do that at the end. When
Absolutely gorgeous, really beautiful. So do you have a sample of this one?
Oh, I do, yes. I was just refolding this to show you.
If we can have a look at at the panel,
I do have a sample.
that'd be brilliant.
This is actually the same fabric, but it's not the same pattern. Hold on a second. And we'll just fold that.
Thanks, Kat.
Pop that on the front. You know, this is going to end up being such a mess in no time at all.
Yeah.
That's the geometric one. Yes, I do. I've got the red one though, but we have got the red one for sale as well.
Yeah, we do. We do.
But this is it.
Oh,
Open
lovely.
it out. Is that
Yeah,
right?
gorgeous.
Have I picked the right one? No, I haven't actually.
No, you haven't.
Sorry.
Nope.
Oh dear. There you go.
Fantastic.
Have it in that
I'll
slightly
open
different
that one
red.
out.
I'm afraid we don't have that colour anymore. That's one that was a
Don't
a
worry,
limited
it's
edition.
good to see the designs.
But it's to see the designs on it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
what you've got, the large squares are all classic geometric designs, and then what you've got going down the middle, you've got an assortment of. Whoops. Are you going to show them that way? Oh yes, of course. I always forget which way's up now, isn't it? 'Cause the camera turns things around. Running down the middle, you've got a selection of flowers and leaves, and at each end, you've got a little hitomezashi pattern.
Yeah, I love
It
those.
looks a bit sort of stepped. And there's also a little piece here. That's a manji. It looks like the card trick, doesn't it?
Card
Quilting
trick.
that
Yes,
one.
it does. Yes, and like wine glass quilting. There's lots of crossover,
There is
between
actually.
Sashiko and patchwork and
I
quilting.
think this is one of the reasons why Sashiko is sort of universally liked everywhere. Is that the patterns, although yes, they are Japanese, but they're also they're remarkably close to other ones that are used
They're
internationally.
universal.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed
Very much
as well,
so.
Susan, that you've overlocked the edge of the panel before stitching.
Yeah, I did with that one, because what happens with it if you don't do that? Actually, that's not real overlocking. That's just a stitch on my normal sewing machine, just a little 2 stitches forward, 2 stitches to the side. Or you could zigzag it. Is if you don't, it will tend to fray as you're stitching. You really don't want it doing that.
No, you don't.
And if you wonder how much it's going to fray,
that much.
it could fray quite a lot. This is one of the samples that we use at shows. That's why it's.
Why
it's
don't we
looking
have a
little
look at the
tatty.
red one, actually,
Do
because
have a
we've
look at the
seen
red.
that open sample.
The red is just
so
wonderful.
that's the one. So this is in this gorgeous sort of clarity red.
It is.
Absolutely
It's a lovely
gorgeous.
deep red.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It's the same design that we've just shown before. It's the same colour that I've used to stitch this piece, which we'll keep
yeah,
that
that's
folded up just for
lovely.
the moment. And
Yeah,
then we'll
beautiful.
open that out when we get to that pattern.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And that's using the cream, the yellow ochre, and the golden yellow that we had earlier.
Beautiful. So you
out
can
the
mix
threads.
and match your colours as well.
Of course you can.
So that's the
I think it's
red.
much more fun if you do
then
that.
we've got a dark green. That's this colour here, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
To
That's
show you
actually,
the green colour.
That's the Camon Crest.
Yep.
Which I think we've probably got those as well, actually.
So to show you the colour of the green.
I'm just wondering if I've got any green bits here that I've stitched that were out the middle. No, these are out of the middle of
Absolutely
that one.
beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, sorry, do you want the code? QR48. Oh, I love that. Now, I think I'd be inclined to stitch that with the tan. The tan thread. That would be beautiful,
Do you
wouldn't it?
mean the yellow ochre one?
No, the tan.
Which was the tan one?
Well, the cream. I think
cream.
it's called cream.
It is cream,
but it's quite a
actually.
tan, isn't it?
It's quite a deep cream,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
But it's definitely cream.
Gorgeous. Absolutely lovely.
One skein of the 100-metre thread, is enough to stitch one of these panels.
Right.
But do be economical with your thread. Don't throw away little bits.
Oh, okay.
If you've got a little bit that's, say, 8 inches long or something, keep that because there'll be somewhere you can use it.
Good to know. And it is, you're using it singly, aren't you? So whereas I was looking at that skein of thread thinking, wow, there's so much, how would you ever use it? But of course you're not splitting it.
You're not splitting it, no.
So next up we've got QL54, which is the grey.
It's a kind of taupey grey, isn't it, that
Yeah.
one? Really, it's a very warm kind of colour. I really love that one. I've actually got a plan at the moment where I want to do a sampler quilt using, it's a Moda jelly roll. I must admit I've had it for a few years. It was the one they call Voisey, but it would go very well with the William Morris kind of fabrics and things as well. And in fact my friends in Japan have been doing all kinds of wonderful samplers using William Morris designs and Sashiko. And
wow.
We're going to get some of them over
Yeah.
next year because they're actually coming, I'm going to have to spill the beans now.
Go on.
They're actually coming over for the National Quilt Championships at Sandown Park next
fantastic,
year.
right.
And the following weekend, we're going to be having an event in King's Sutton near Banbury called Sashiko Fest.
You heard it here first.
You did hear it here first.
Oh, that's wonderful.
A lot more information will be coming out about
Okay.
that over the next few months, but that's what it's called.
Ace.
And we've
Oh.
got lots of interesting things for you.
Oh,
Yes.
she'll get dates from you later.
You will.
So this is that taupe grey, $21.99. As well, Susan, although this is a very traditional art form,
Yes.
it also looks thoroughly modern.
It does actually.
So if
It
you've got a
looks-
really modern interior, modern house, it would fit right in.
I mean, it's something that's Japanese. It doesn't look obviously Japanese. And in fact, a lot of designs I've noticed recently are popping up on all kinds of housewares and things. You'll go to somewhere like Sainsbury's or Dunham.
Yeah.
One of those sort of shops, and you'll see things like plates that have got, say, the Shippo design, which is the interlocked circles, or you'll see something with the Asanoha pattern on it, which is the hemp leaf one, the one that looks like little stars. And it's all over the place.
Yeah. They're just gorgeous graphic modern designs, aren't they? But they're very traditional. Would you mind just grabbing the other side for me a second? I just want to show everyone at home the size of the panel that you're getting.
It's quite big.
You can work this as a whole
Yes.
thing if you want to, and you could add what let me ask you, Susan, do you layer this
No.
with batting and backing?
No, I don't. I first of all, I stitch it just through one
stitch
layer.
it.
In fact, if we put this one down, pop that down,
Yeah.
and we will replace it. Here's one I did earlier.
Yeah.
I love that line. Always makes me think of Blue Peter. There you go. And here is the same one, stitched. Now what I've done here, I've stitched it just through one layer,
That's incredible.
and I decided I wanted to really play around. So I've used that golden yellow thread that we showed you earlier,
Yeah.
and the yellow
Do you
ochre.
mind just lifting your side
Oh,
up
yes,
a little?
sorry.
Just higher.
Higher, yeah, you're taller
That's
than
it.
me, you see.
Perfect.
It's got the cream, it's got the yellow ochre, it's got the golden yellow, all used together. And what I played about with this, I've actually used the thread doubled in places. Because, traditionally, a lot of older pieces are done with a slightly thinner thread. And the thing that's traditional in those days was to double the thread up. And that is still done in a lot of Sashiko. But with this 6-ply thread, which is the one that we've got today, if you use it singly, you get the slightly finer line. If you double it up, you get the much bolder line.
It's really bold, it's
It's
beautiful.
really fun to sort of play around with that. And the way I've done it, I've tried to sort of give you a hint about how it was stitched. If you look very closely, you can work out where I went next by seeing where that colour went, or where the double thickness went.
Gorgeous,
and
isn't
what have
it?
you. Yeah.
So, of course, as a wall hanging, keep it whole. But what about cutting it up into pieces? You could
Of course you
add
can.
thin sashings. You could add some patchwork in there even, couldn't you?
This is why I brought this in.
Oh.
I'm afraid this is huge. I'm not sure we can actually open it out, but it's a quilt that I made, and this is where most of those Camon Crest designs kind of originated. It was a quilt that I did for a book called Japanese Quilt Blocks to Mix and Match. I know we have had it for sale from time to time on the show. Hang on a minute. Sorry, this is big. This is big, guys. Just be patient. And And what I've done here, you see, I've taken...
Oh, I've got the book. I've got this book. Yeah,
nice.
yeah, I've got this book.
Well, you see, I've alternated the blocks with patchwork blocks.
Beautiful.
These are all patchwork blocks that are designed based on Japanese Kasuri ikat. But that's just something else you could do. You could even just do simple 9 patches or something.
You could.
Or log cabin.
Yeah, log cabin would be
courthouse
amazing.
Step, something like that would be absolutely great.
So do a mixture of the Sashiko panel plus log cabins, half square triangles,
absolutely.
9 patches, anything like that. Right, I'm just aware we've got lots of other panels to go through. Do we have the black as well?
I think we do, don't we? Yeah.
So that ends 09, CT09. I'll just give you that one back, Susan.
Okay, thank you very much.
So this is the same set of designs, but just on a black background this time. So I'll just open this one out as I've got it out of the packet. And you just see the difference. So this, I think, would be wonderful to stitch in the rainbow Sashiko thread. That
you
would
read my mind,
really
you know.
pop. Would you do the same?
Well, I do want to do that.
Yeah.
I just think it would look wild. And, you know, with the rainbow thread, if you stitch on a colour and you've got a little bit of the coloured fabric which is fairly close to the thread colour, you get this kind of now you see it, now you don't thing where the pattern almost disappears. But with this, every colour will stand out really beautifully.
Would really pop. Would really pop.
Really look good.
And of course as well, doing Sashiko, it's very mindful, it's very soothing.
It is very soothing.
Very rhythmic, isn't it?
And speaking of, you know, what does that thread look like? Here's a little piece that I've been pottering around with.
That's absolutely
that just shows you what the thread looks like. Careful, there's a needle in it. Like a lot of my things, it's a work in progress. And that shows you how the thread can look when you stitch.
Gosh, that's absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
Isn't that beautiful?
At the moment, I'm sort of debating whether to actually complete it or just leave it like that, because it kind of explains how the pattern works. You know,
I get
you've got all of these lines going.
I get that. The rainbow threads on screen, $4.99. I think everybody needs a bit of that.
It's that one there.
You could also, of course, use Sashiko thread for big stitch quilting on a quilt, couldn't you?
Yeah, I've done that lots of times, a lot of times. It's really, really good for that. It's also good for tying quilts as well.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to tie rather than quilt.
Although I tied a quilt once because I thought it would be a much quicker way of finishing
it's not.
It took ages.
It's not.
It's a lovely way to finish a quilt, but it's not quicker.
No. And if you're going to cut these into squares, by the way, for combining with something else, the best thing is cut it into smaller pieces before you stitch it. It's easier just to hold a little bit, isn't it?
Okay.
Or to carry it around in your work bag. But again, do remember,
finish the edge.
Finish the edge off. Zigzag the edge or overlock the edge, one of the two.
And you don't use a hoop when you're working Sashiko?
No. I promise I will do a little stitching demo for you.
That's all right,
at some
no
point
worries.
today.
Right, next set of panels. So all the same design, different background colours this time. The first one that we're going to do is VZ41.
That is exactly the one that we just held up that I'd stitched. Exactly the one.
Yes, the one that you used different colours for.
That I'd used the cream, the golden yellow and the yellow ochre.
So let's hold that out again so you can see the designs.
I'll make sure I hold it high this time.
So this is the red that we've got on screen. This is the same set of designs, all fully worked. I mean, this would make the most magnificent sampler hanging up.
It does, it looks lovely.
Would you, once you've stitched it, would you then put wadding and backing or just backing?
That is my plan actually with this. You could just put a backing on it if you wanted to. I mean, you could just literally hem it and hang it up if you really
just mind just holding your side
oh,
up
sorry.
for me.
I keep forgetting you're taller than me. Yeah, you could just hem the whole thing and hang it up like that.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of putting a nice border around it. I think we had some lovely stripy fabrics, which we're going to show people in a moment as well.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of using something like that for mine. And then I'm going to put some wadding in it. And I'm going to add some extra quilting.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
You see, traditionally it doesn't have wadding in the Western sense. And if you try to stitch Sashiko through wadding, it does become very, very hard work.
Yeah, fair enough. So you stitch it on the cloth first.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff, though. Really gorgeous designs, aren't they? Absolutely stunning.
I
love the combination.
Wadding. Sorry to interrupt, but I do like to use a black wadding because it doesn't ever beard through.
Okay.
And if it did come through very slightly, which it won't, but if it did, it would not show. Whereas if you used, some some white waddings sometimes come through a little bit, don't they?
Yeah, they can do.
You've got to be a bit careful. Yeah.
Just stunning work, absolutely
Thank
beautiful. Love that.
I really enjoyed doing it too. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
And the thing is, some of these patterns, I've stitched them again and again, and you think, oh, eventually I get bored of them. But you don't. It's
You
weird.
never do.
You just don't. No, I just love doing it.
So next up, we've got the same set of designs in navy blue, UN18.
Of course, what you could do is get several different sampler designs in the same colour.
Right.
Cut them up and combine them into a really nice big quilt. And that's something I'm working on as well at the moment.
Because of course you get 8 9-inch squares.
You get the
so
8
if
big
you
ones.
bought 2 of those, you could put 16 4 rows of 4, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Or you could indulge in all 4.
Of course you could. Of course you could. Absolutely lovely. So that's the navy. Next up, we've got the black, ending 1-3.
And again, that would look amazing with the rainbow thread. Really amazing.
Or just the white or the cream.
Yeah, going traditional with any of them works very, very well, really. And turquoise looks absolutely marvellous as well on the black.
Oh, yeah.
Really yummy.
Well, it's a great way to tone it in with your decor or your personal taste, isn't it?
Well, that's it. You can. And you can go quite contemporary.
And last up, we've got the grey, the taupe grey.
The grey, I think, is a really nice one, actually, to go into, you know, sort of current style interiors, really. I'm always looking at you know, what's for sale in
EO74.
And looking at the colours, you know. We always have a joke, but I always look at the bath towel colours and things like that. And of course, at the moment, there's all the golds, there's the yellow ochres, there's all the neutral greys, the turquoises. So you just put a little bit of that into your Sashiko, and it goes with modern interiors. It's great.
Absolutely gorgeous. So that's that set of panels.
And we've got some others as well, haven't we? Over there. Should I scamper over and get them?
No, you're absolutely fine.
Oh.
I've got them here.
Oh, you've got them there as well.
Thank you. Thanks. Right, so the next one, now this one, I think these are the crests, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
These are the Camon crests?
Yes, the Camon crest designs.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we've only got these in the grey taupe and also in, is that the dark green?
That is the dark green.
The dark green,
yes.
So, do you have an open one of these, please?
Oh, the dark green one.
Well, just the Camon crest.
Of the pattern.
Yeah.
Yes, I do, but it's in a different colour.
It's all right.
It's actually the one we've got. Have we got it over on the table? Oh no, we've got the colour on the table, but we haven't got the pattern. There you go.
So these are, now we haven't got this colour of green, it's just to show you the designs, so you can see the different designs.
It is actually very close to the one that we have.
It is close, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I'll show
it's sort
you
of
how
midway
close
between
it
the green
is.
and the taupe, really.
I mean, that's the other green.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is,
so this is the
very,
colour.
very close, yes.
But these are the designs.
Yeah.
So, Susan, tell me about the crest. You were saying every family has a crest.
Yes, they do.
So do they all have meaning?
Yes, well, they're all different. They're objects usually, flowers, animals. I mean, this one's got it's got a bat and the moon there, which one I really loved. And it's got wisteria. I've just realised I've chopped some bits off the bottom of this.
Don't worry.
I'm obviously getting ready to cut this one out and stitch it.
And then kanji down the middle.
Yes, it's spring, summer, autumn and winter. We just thought we'd have the seasons on it.
Lovely. So are these what do these mean?
That is what it means. Spring, summer, autumn, winter.
Oh, I see. Perfect.
And on the other half, you see, you've got, this is one of those Hitomi Ashi patterns I was talking about. So you stitch these with straight lines going back and forth. First of all, you would do your horizontals, and you can do your verticals, or the other way around if you want. And then finally, you do the diagonal lines as well.
I think these ones are my favourite.
Really?
I love them. I can see so many ways to use those stitches. Gorgeous. I've only got about 15 minutes left, Susan, so we need to crack on.
Well, we'll be doing the stitching demo in the second show then, so people have to come back and watch that.
No problem. So we've got those designs in. Should we do the grey first? The grey taupe. That's XQ70. So you've got 8 Camon crests, and of course these would mix and match really well with the more geometric patterns, wouldn't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I'm doing at the moment. I'm making a series of sampler quilts. They're all very much work in progress. And next year they're going to be toured with the Grosvenor shows. starting at Sandown Park at the National Quilting Championships, and they're going to go to all of the autumn shows as well, so people will have a chance to see them. So I've really got my work cut out.
You certainly have. This, you can get straight to the stitching. So the one thing that might be putting you off trying Sashiko is the having to mark your fabric out first, because that's quite a process, isn't it? Whereas with your panels, it's all done for you.
It's not a long process, and don't let it put you off having a go, because it isn't that difficult. And as I said, I will do a little bit in the second show.
Yeah.
Show you just how easy it is. But the nice thing about these is, yes, you're right, you can just grab them, get some thread, get on with it,
and get straight on with it. Yeah,
exactly.
We like that.
Yeah.
And then we've got the dark green ending 36, BG36.
I love the dark green colour. I've just finished a complete set. I grabbed a few of these out of it, actually, the little pieces here. But I've done the whole lot of both the 2020 and the 2019 panels, so 2 full sets. And I've coordinated all the colours to go with a big piece of vintage 1980s furnishing fabric that I really love, that had big peonies on it.
Ooh.
So that's going to go bang in the middle, and then it'll be like a sort of sampler quilt with sashing and everything going around it.
I think that's something which we need to see more of, combining Sashiko with perhaps some of the traditional quilting fabrics, which I know we were talking earlier on.
Yes.
People are doing in Japan, but we're not necessarily seeing
Yeah,
here
it's
so
it's
much.
very strange, actually, because internationally it's almost as though the more traditional end, the blue and white is really, really popular. But actually, in Japan, people are using a lot of colours in Sashiko.
Now, next up, we've got, again in the dark green and in the taupe grey, a second set of come-on crests. And this time with smaller crests running down the centre. So 8 large crests, 8 small crests. And the small ones, they're about, 4 inches square, aren't they?
Here's some I did
There
earlier.
we go. Oh.
Yeah, I've chopped these ones down.
These are gorgeous. Look at these. Now, again, I could imagine using these combined with patchwork.
They make great
sashed.
coasters, as well. Just
For
little
sure.
wee coasters, they're brilliant for that.
Ooh,
But there are a few
that's
that
lovely.
those I haven't got all of them, but those are 6 out of the 8. That are on those.
Absolutely
They're
gorgeous.
really rather
And they're
lovely.
a sort of an evening's work, aren't they?
Oh yes, you get through quite a few of those as an evening. Actually, get a good DVD or a good movie or something to watch.
Yeah.
Yep,
Gorgeous.
You can get a lot done with those.
So, should we do the dark green one first, as that's the one I've got right in front of me? So that is NP47. So you've got the little Mount Fuji there. And this is a design I've seen before, done in applique actually, the Nori.
Noshi.
Noshi.
Noshi. It means extend.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a little bundle. Normally it sounds like a bundle of ribbons, but it used to be a bundle of strips of dried abalone shellfish, and it used to be put on gifts and tithes and wedding presents and things like that. It sort of stands for good luck now. But it's
Noshi.
just one where you can really play about with different colours in the strips. Really.
It's lovely.
Have fun.
And then we've also got the same designs in the grey taupe.
Yeah.
Lovely. That is EP74.
I do love that grey.
It's gorgeous.
It's a lovely sort of warm tone, really.
Yes, it is. Gorgeous.
We've got a few more over there. Oh, they're over here
We're
now.
here. They are.
Magic.
Yeah,
By
thank
magic,
you.
they've appeared here.
Thanks, Kat.
Now, these are some of the 2020 designs. We've got...
Can we start with
Actually, we'll start with that
BK41?
one. Yes, you certainly
because
can do.
I absolutely love the colour of this.
So do
the
I.
colour is
It was
incredible.
a wonderful shade, that.
This is like, I'm just going to read a bit of Japanese now. Spring, summer,
Yes,
autumn, winter.
yes,
Are you
yes.
impressed, Susan?
Very good,
I
yes.
listen.
And you translated it as well.
Oh yeah, I definitely couldn't say them in Japanese. I need to let you know I've only got 6 of these left. They've
Have
been ever
you?
so popular.
It's
They've
a
been ever
wonderful
so
shade
popular.
of teal.
It is.
I think it's actually described on the website as kind of grey, but it's kind of teal.
Oh no, it's
blue.
definitely teal.
It's fabulous.
Beautiful.
Looks fantastic with the turquoise thread, this one. Really
Yeah, I
does.
bet.
Look good with
And
it.
I love the sort of slub in the weave.
Yes, the samugi bit. You can get different fibres woven as samugi. Silk samugi is the classic one, and that's from the waste part of the outside of the cocoon, and it's spun rather than real, so you get this little slub thing going on. And actually, when you get the slub in samugi, it can also be called hige samugi, which means hairy samugi.
Ooh, that sounds, I've been called that, I'm sure. Hairy samugi.
I know, it's hysterical.
Sounds great.
It is really funny.
I'm there. Love that.
But the colour's just wonderful.
The colour's gorgeous.
The thing with that is, you could do a piece where you say have some pieces in that, some pieces in the dark green,
yes,
or the dark blue. You can
the
mix
grey
up.
taupe would mix with
that.
Yeah,
you can mix up different colours of these fabrics because they've all got the black thread in them. And it's incredible. They all seem to go with each other.
They do all go, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Now this next one, AB80.
It's the same pattern as on the red one that I stitched.
Yes.
But in the, I call it an olive green actually. This was the colour we picked.
We've got 3 left.
This was our summer colour.
3 of these left.
And of course these are limited edition ones as well.
Got you, yeah. When these are gone, these are gone.
Well, I've actually got some on my website, but but I've got the rest of them. There are no more in the warehouse in Japan at all. It was only me and Sewing Street who ever got them, and they're
pretty exclusive.
It was very exclusive, and we chose these colours because we just like the idea of the seasons thing. I think it was Takeshi-san who actually suggested it. I'm not sure if he's watching. I did send him a link a few minutes ago. He's our international rep at Olympus who make these,
Okay.
And I said, you can watch it live. So he may be watching, but he said, yes, it would be nice to do sort of seasons, wouldn't it? So I looked at the colours that we hadn't already used, and I decided the sort of the olivey green for the summer and that teal colour for the winter.
This
and
colour I'm loving.
Fairly obviously, it is awesome.
This an ochre?
It is. It's like a mustardy yellow ochre colour.
This is ZW51
it's fantastic. And again, you see, like with the taupey kinds of colour that we've got, the grey one, with this, because it's not a very, very dark fabric, you could actually use darker coloured threads on this as well.
Yeah, for sure.
The turquoise look fabulous on this. The bright yellow looks remarkably good on it. And if you use the yellow ochre, it almost kind of slightly disappears.
Yes.
So you can get a very subtle effect. That would be nice.
Or you could use 2 strands if you wanted a bolder effect. Could you?
You could. I mean, I've used, when I say doubled thread, you just thread the needle the normal way, but you're basically leaving both strands of thread in the fabric rather than only the one.
Yes.
So you're not having to pull through any extra thread. It's quite easy to stitch. But even so, I think with the ochre, it would be incredibly subtle on this, but it would be very nice on these little pieces here. On the hitomizashi, to maybe do the diagonal in that very, very subtle yellow.
Lovely. Yeah. And this has got the 8 camon crests, it's got the 4 hitomizashi, and the 4 kanji.
4 kanji characters, the seasons, yes. And the crest designs on this one, we've got ginkgo leaves again. There are ginkgo leaves on the 2019 one as well. I just love ginkgo leaves.
Beautiful.
And then we've got this one. This is kikyo, which is Chinese bellflower design. We've got a rice sheaf over here.
Oh, yeah.
We've got the plum and the moon. There's actually 2 that have got moons on. We've got the plum and the moon at the top. Then we've got a very stylised plum blossom here. Iris design here.
That's lovely.
This one is wisteria, sort of going around in a twirl. And then you've got the moon with the little bat on it.
Gorgeous.
These are all designs that I did with my Sashiko groups, actually. Some of them, sometimes somebody would come in and say, I really want to do a design that looks like, whatever.
Yeah.
And we get the big book of camon crests out, this big directory, and we'd look through all of that, find one of those, scan it into the computer, enlarge it, print it out, and and then work it into a Sashiko design.
I was going to say, is it acceptable to
use other people's crests?
to add bits to, or is that verboten? Are you allowed to do that? Are you allowed to adapt the designs a little bit, or is that frowned on in the world of Sashiko?
Well, not really. Actually, my friend Reiko Domon, who runs Use a Sashiko Guild, she's actually invented some new designs, taking their traditional designs and kind of mixing them up a little bit.
Yeah.
And of course, the other thing is that with some of them, there's many, many, many different variations on the design, really. So you can play around with them quite a lot. It's surprising. When we were doing these as crests, see, there are some old pieces of Sashiko that have crests on them. Things like wrapping cloths, and there's one or two jackets. They're very rare. There's a few pieces in museums. So when you look at a pattern, sometimes you're thinking, well, how am I going to interpret this just as a line effect? Because with the crest, they're normally done as like solid black on white or solid white on black. There are line versions of them as well, and sometimes just leaving a little bit out works better than putting it in. I'll see if I can spot a bit when you open this. This is geometric, actually.
So ZX56, last panel, I think. Oh, I've only got one left. I've literally got one left.
Quick, if you
really
want that.
quick. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Like a honeycomb design there. This is almost like water. My personal favourite, I love this one, which is
the
like
woven design, yes.
Gorgeous. It looks incredible,
It's
stitched
wonderful,
out.
that. You can have a lot of fun changing the colours in it as well.
Oh, I mean, you've really inspired me with the changes of colour, using some lines in one colour, other lines in another. It's just a fantastic.
I'll get you hooked on it eventually.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Now we've got these gorgeous striped fabrics.
I was going to say, don't take that one away. Put that very quickly next to that striped one there. You see how well they go together?
Beautiful.
They're just absolutely ideal.
Yeah.
They really are lovely together.
Gorgeous.
Also goes very, very well with the grey taupe on that.
Yes. Should we start with that one? So this is ID32. I also think this would be absolutely gorgeous to make a pair of like trousers out of, like lounge pants.
Oh, great for something like that.
Absolutely gorgeous, you know?
Yeah.
What width is this fabric? Is it like 42-inch wide?
It's 110 centimetres,
Okay.
so it's about 43.
Yeah, perfect.
It's a little bit generous compared with some of the patchwork fabrics that we get.
Or something like a nice top, like a little V-neck top.
It's
something
lovely
like
for
that.
making all kinds of different things. And actually, when I was cutting something up recently in my workroom, the same one as that, and my husband's a big Land Rover fan. He's got an old yellow Land Rover, and he said, I want some of that. I want to make some bags and cushions.
Oh, yeah. Really nice.
He's like, it's the same colour as the Land Rover.
But actually, you're saying about a bag, I mean, just one or two of the small designs on the front of a bag flap, gorgeous, or on pockets on a bag, very beautiful.
Yeah. Well, you're actually standing right next to a little borrow bag of mine. That one on the top there.
This one here.
Yeah. That is what they call a komebukuro bag, and you can probably tell it's basically made out of 4 squares. One here, actually 5 squares. I told you a bit of a porky, because the other one is underneath. So it forms like a cross shape, and then you sew the sides up, and that is the basic essence of it. So you could use these panels to make several bags.
Gorgeous.
Actually.
That'd be lovely.
Yeah, it would be really nice. And
Last
that would make a great
fabric
coordinate.
is ZU78. And that's got the purples, almost like a tobacco brown, a little bit of green in there and the grey. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And I could imagine this as well, working very, very well, is the narrow sashing for the 365.
Well, actually, the narrow sashing on that was a fabric from Lewis and Irene, Over the Rainbow. It was their ombre fabric from that. But you can get the same effect as this, just with a whole bundle of shaded fat quarters, you know.
could.
And when I cut the little strips out, it was sometimes difficult to tell which end was which. And then I realised you could just do it with fat quarters and just shade through that way. That, I think, looks very lovely. The red.
Gorgeous.
But it goes, like I said before, it seems to go with all of them, because the 2 stripes that we've got and all the panels, they have all got, it's actually a coloured warp and a black weft.
Right, got
So
you. Yeah.
It's strange. It's like you can throw any of them together and they all seem to go, because they've all got a little bit of black.
And they've all got that same sort of style as well, haven't they?
They have. It's the same type of fabric. Again, you've got the little tiny slubs for the samugi on there.
Yeah, I really like that. What's it called? Samugi.
Samugi. It's spelled TSU in English. TSUMUGI.
And
Samugi.
hairy samugi.
That's Hige Samugi.
Hige samugi. That's my favourite.
Oh,
Fab.
dear.
Well, we
Wonderful.
need to go to a little break.
Do we? Gosh.
Next hour, we'll do some stitching. We'll jump straight in with stitching, Susan.
That's at 11, isn't it?
That's at 11.
Wonderful.
I'm going to be the best student you've ever had.
You are. You're going to be wonderful.
And nothing like the student that I was at the NEC, where I had to unpick everything
Oh,
again
did you?
and again
Oh, no.
and again.
Really?
Don't forget to check out your basket during the break.
Oh, yes,
and
don't leave things, because
don't
we-
leave things hanging about.
We haven't got very much of some things. And of course, it's the same thing, isn't it, where you can check out as many times as you want in a day.
Yeah.
But you only get charged one lot of postage.
Yeah, you just need
Which is
to remember
incredibly
to
clever.
combine your basket at the end.
Yeah, I wish I could make my website do that.
Right, we're going to go to a break. After that, I'll be back with some fabulous solid bundles. You won't want to miss it.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Oh, do you know, this makes me very happy. Makes me very happy. Look at these. Just gorgeous. Just gorgeous. There's such a lot to get into one shot. Absolutely beautiful, vibrant, colourful. It's that joy that you get when you open a brand new pack of crayons or pencils or paints or fabrics, and away you go. It's a world of possibilities, isn't it? I'm going to start with these fabulous mottles because they are the most beautiful texture, the most gorgeous range of colours and a beautiful price. Now all of these fabrics that I'm going to show you are available by the half metre. So I'm going to have a bit of a romp. I'm going to give you the colour names as we go, and we're going to just work through them. Build your own bundle. I will try as well, once I've gone through the bundle, just to grab a few to just show you a few of the little combos that you might try. So QJ80, this is blackberry. Oh, how topical, how autumnal. Absolutely gorgeous. And it's got that lovely mottle. £3.99 for a half metre is absolutely stonking good value. I'm going to make a direct comparison with Moda marbles, which were the very first, certainly that I can remember, blender that stepped away from sort of little geometrics or a little ditzy floral or something like that, or completely plain, and actually brought a printed texture that sort of was modern, more painterly to the market. Now you can still get Moda marbles, but you will pay significantly more. You probably pay £3.99 for a fat quarter of that. This is beautiful quality, 100% cotton, mottled fabric for £3.99 a half metre. That's blackberry. What a yummy way to start. Next up, VA19. So we're sort of shading through the purples. I'm going to keep the last one in shot just for a second, just so you can see. This is blackberry. And now this one is just called purple, which is fair enough. I think it's got a look of a certain brand of chocolate, don't you think? Yeah, it's that purple. It's chocolate purple. Luscious, absolutely gorgeous. Next one is RT48. Again, I'm going to keep those last two in shot because you might just want to do a lovely little ombre, a set of 3, dark, medium and light. You might have been inspired by the tumbling blocks that was behind me earlier. This is lilac. Now again, at £3.99, this is the sort of fabric you can use as your background fabric, your sashing, your inner and outer border, maybe the backing of a quilt. It's beautiful quality. And if you want sort of just a colour, but you don't want a solid, this is a really good place to go to. Next up, we're into the pinks now. XK27. This is like a lovely soft baby pink. Blush. Blush. Now, if you love floral applique, these fabrics are going to be absolutely perfect for that because they have that lovely painterly look. There's tonal variation. Imagine piecing or appliquing roses or blossoms in these colours. The next pink I've got is WG52. I'm just going to place those next to each other for a second so you can see the light moving into medium now. This is called bright pink. This for me is like geranium pink. Those lovely summer geraniums, or fuchsia. Yeah, gorgeous. And then HU06. This is the darkest of the pinks. So again, I'm going to put the three together so you can see how they work. And again, lovely little trio that would work so nicely. Now think about that tumbling blocks quilt. What about doing a rainbow version of that? Or pinks and purples and maybe yellows and greens. Beautiful. So you've got that texture, you've got the light, medium and dark. This is called fuchsia, this one, rather appropriately. Love it. Love it. Purples and pinks together. I would throw in a little bit of green just for a bit of accent. Or it's a little bit of a sort of pretty ballerina combo, that, isn't it? I'm going to just bring the last 6 fabrics all together now so you can see again that is a smashing bundle. Now if you think about it, 6 half meters for less than £24, 3 meters of fabric for less than £24. I've done the maths right, haven't I? £8 a metre basically. Yeah, £23.94 for all of that. Perfect little palette. And if you want to brighten and freshen the whole thing up, a couple of meters of white solid and away you go. Easy. Right, let's move on. Let's ramp up the heat. I'm going to show you these 4 next. So this is your sort of lovely, warm, golden glow. In fact, I think we had this very bundle a couple of days ago. Yeah, do you remember? Yeah, let's start off OE53. This is called Tangerine. And I'm old enough to remember when tangerines only came out at Christmas. I remember once in 1978 I saw a banana. I'm joking. Say that again, Ben, about an orange. Was it Christingle? It was the Christingle, yeah. Yeah, that's a traditional Christmas thing, isn't it? The Christingle, where you have like an orange with a candle in it. Well, there you go, tangerine, tangerine. Now, next up, I've got WP01. This has been very creatively named. I'm thinking this is going to be called Orange, and indeed it is. It seems very appropriate that I'm standing in front of this gorgeous autumny quilt right now with these fabrics. This actually is coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. It's a William Morris quick. Orange is sold out. Pumpkins. Pumpkins. Don't you think? Was it the story about the Christingle? That one's sold out. But yeah, these colours would be great for pumpkins, for making. I mean, the first one that I had, the tangerine, that would also make a great pumpkin. Next up, GL87 tan. Any kind of applique. I think it's a really obvious choice to go for a mottle, because, you know, it just adds such a lovely texture. I'm thinking now about Sunbonnet Sue and Overall Sam. Really popular applique motifs in quilting. Get some great quilts, and these would be great again. It's Sunbonnet Sue, Ben, is a very divisive character in quilting, isn't she? She's a bit Marmite. Sunbonnet Sue is a bit Marmite. Yeah. People like Sunbonnet. Sunbonnet Sue. Have a look on Pinterest. Yeah. People either love her or hate her. Next one, PB80. Oh, Fiona's remembering Chris Tingles now and say, yep, they're wrapped in paper. Oh no, oranges, yes, wrapped in paper. They were. They came individually wrapped in paper in a tray or a box, and they were very special things. You didn't have them any other time of the year. There was all sorts of things we used to have at Christmas that we didn't have any other time of the year, though. You know, like a tin of chocolates. You didn't have that any other time of the year. That tin of roses or something like that. That it meant Christmas when that tin arrived, and it was stayed firmly taped shut until Christmas. There was no diving in a week before, was there? Never. No, that was something you waited for. And the thing that used to drive me absolutely wild was the Christmas cake, because I absolutely love Christmas cake now, and the fact that it's made months in advance and you can't eat it. And there was this, I knew I couldn't sleep at night. There was this cake in the house, and then it would come back out to be fed. And I was like, why is that getting fed? Why aren't I getting fed with the cake? And then it would get marzipan, and it was like, is it time yet, Mum? No. And then it would be iced, and still you were allowed a slice. And finally, when I was allowed to have a slice, that was Christmas Day afternoon, when I didn't want a slice because I was full of Christmas dinner. So what can you do, eh? So now what I do is I make 2 Christmas cakes, and we have one for before Christmas and one for after. And I think that's the perfect solution. This is Sunshine. Yeah, we have one of them in June and one in December. Sunshine, sunshine. Fiona says dates were only at Christmas, and they used to have a sticky little fork hidden in the middle. Oh yes, Fiona, it's true. And they used to have that bit of plastic that was supposed to look like the twig that the dates were on, wasn't it? And that was the fork at the end. Yeah. Or we buy medjool dates now and have those if we're feeling flush. Now, I know you can't make this bundle now because the orange is gone, but if you manage to get that, that's a lovely little stash builder as well, isn't it? Now remember, each one is being cut off the bolt for you. So if you want 1.5 meters of a fabric, order 3 units, you'll get 1.5 meters, 3 times half a meter in one piece. So if you want that for a quilt backing or a border or binding, whatever you want to do with it, you can. What about pillowcases? What about cushion backs as well? Very nice. Now then, next up I've got the greens, and I've 3 different greens to show you. Again, I've got a kind of light, medium and dark. So we'll start with this gorgeous vibrant KI24. Now for me that's mistletoe. That's mistletoe green. But I'm sure it isn't called that. It's called lime. It's called lime. Going to. It's lime. If you liked my New Mexico pattern but don't like solids, what about making it in blenders? Yeah, the mottled blender. If you love Alison Glass fabrics, you know, that kind of modern little sun print on a plain background, you could substitute these or add these in with those fabrics to make them go a bit further. Such an affordable way of making your fabrics go further. Right, next up is SH07. This is Chartreuse. Chartreuse. Again, this for me is an autumny green. Yeah, it's lovely. It is mossy. Yeah, it's lovely. Oh, nice message from Sue. She says, I miss my brother. One of my fondest memories is when we were left to marzipan the cake. Mum knew how much we liked marzipan, so there was always a thick layer. Lovely. Unfortunately, we ate so much of the marzipan, you could see the cake through it. We were never allowed to do it again. So he rolled it so thinly so you could eat chunks. Been there, done that. Yep. All the trimmings, absolutely gorgeous. We used to make where you'd cut a date down the middle and then roll a little long thin piece of marzipan and wedge it in the middle of the date and then put a nut in the top. They used to be quite nice too. Again, I'm thinking ahead to Christmas, or if you bought some of this to make your pumpkins, this for your leaves. You know, you can make those 3D sort of stuffed gathered pumpkin where you stick a cinnamon stick in the top, but you need some leaves, so that green's ideal, isn't it? That's that. And then our darkest green is DP 35. And this is a good dark green. This is like your sort of holly leaf green. So where this is your mistletoe, this is your holly leaves. I keep slipping Christmas into the conversation because I am determined to get everyone feeling at least a little bit Christmassy. You've got to start thinking about your Christmas projects. If nothing else, you don't have to start making them yet, but at least start sourcing the fabrics. So you've got them in, so that when you are feeling a little bit Christmassy, you can grab the fabrics and get straight to it. Lush. So that's that. Right, really, we've got a really good range of these actually. Really good range of these, and we often forget that we have these fabrics, but they are absolutely smashing. Right, now kind of green into blue. I was undecided with this first fabric because it's a bit sort of petrol, a bit teal, so it sort of bridges the gap, this one right here, between green. I'm just going to bring the greens in for a second just so you can see. A nice bundle there. Yeah, forest and sea, the lakeside. Anyway, let's start with this teal, EH93. Gorgeous, rich colour, isn't it? But there's so much more depth in these fabrics because of the mottle. However, I'm just going to grab a couple of solids for a second, just to show you how do you see? So you could actually combine these very nicely with solids for something that was simple, subtle, still got plenty of colour, but it was all about the colour, the piecing, rather than patterns in fabric. So, you know, mix and match them, use them as you will. This teal also works incredibly well with things like rusts, browns, golds, that sort of palette. A message. Strangely, I do not like Christmas, but I love making Christmas sewing projects. Work that one out. Jennifer, I get that. I do get that. I get that. It's fun to make the projects, you know. I'm not at all big on Halloween. You know, we put some sweets out and we're more than happy to give sweets to the kids, you know, and that's fine. But I don't go all out on it. But I absolutely love making, you know, little dolls and projects and things like that. And sometimes I display them and sometimes I don't. I just find them fun to make. So no, I get it. I do get it. It's nice to make, isn't it? I like seasonal sewing. I think that's what it comes down to. It's nice to, I don't know, have a hook to hang your project on. Do you know what I mean by that? We sort of think, I'm going to make something seasonal. Next up, I've got MW65. Yeah, nice just to have that inspiration. Now, I've taught loads and loads over the years of coastal landscape workshops. I'll have to do a pattern for Sewing Street. Would that be fun? Would that be fun? I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Yeah, we'll do that in a month or so. And these fabrics are perfect for that. Mottles, solids, textures, batiks, you can mix and match them together. And this for me is that kind of gorgeous colour of the sea, isn't it? Or the colour you wish the sea was. It isn't always this colour. Yeah, exactly. Or a swimming pool. It's swimming pool blue. It's David Hockney, swimming pool blue. It is winking. It's gorgeous. Right, next one, HB28. Oh, lovely. Denim. This is denim blue. Yeah, it's not denim, it's a quilt weight cotton, but it's a denim blue. That's cute. Yeah, it's really nice. Oh yeah, I could imagine a denim jacket. Yeah, that sort of colour. Yeah, it's lush. Great quality as well. 44 inches wide, 100% cotton. So they're going to wash and wear really well too. FO58 is next. Now this is that proper sort of sky blue. Now if you were making something like a pictorial quilt, like a Sunbonnet Sue quilt, you know, you might have your, you know, here's your sky, here's your hill, and Sunbonnet Sue's going up it on a bicycle or pushing a wheelbarrow uphill. There are some very funny Sunbonnet Sue quilts. There's in fact, the Best in Show at Festival of Quilts this year featured Sunbonnet Sue. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. It was lots of different Sunbonnet Sues at a quilt show. It was very amusing, very quirky. And what was amazing as well on the quilt was that because it was set at a quilt show, and all of the quilts were beautifully worked miniature quilts, all on, yeah, which was really cool. And it was a group, I think, of four ladies who had worked it together and made it as a group project. And yes, I had the great pleasure of handing them their award. I think it was something like £3,500 as well, prize money, which is not to be sniffed at, let's be honest. And then exactly, now you're interested. That's Ben in the gallery. He suddenly wants to start to quilt now. Now he wants to make a quilt. So there are those lovely blues again. Lovely little bundle. And then the last couple I've got are a couple of grey fabrics, which again, what lovely shades. Let's do the lightest first. YV86. Cute, isn't it? The quilt that I was talking about, Ben, if you have a look at Festival of Quilts 2023 Best in Show. Yeah, Best in Show. And then the last one I've got is ZU95. There we go. Yeah. Can we show it? Yeah, we'll show it. We'll show you the quilt I was talking about. Gorgeous. That's the darkest. So you could, I mean, black cat for Halloween, or an inky sky with a moon, something like that. Rather nice. The mottles are also really good if you're doing sort of animal appliques. So if you like things like Delphine's patterns, the cat, the sheep that she did, the cockerel, any of those, they look fantastic. This is a little bit of the quilt that I was talking about with Sunbonnet Sue's. This is the Best in Show from this year's Festival of Quilts. That's the biggest image we can find. Yeah. Fabulous though, it's great. Have a look. It is a cool quilt. Right, so those are all our mottles that we've got. And, you know, again, just to show you a few sort of colour stories that you might put together. So I grouped these by colours to start with, just to show you how you can build your stash or build your palette. You don't have to get everything. You could just concentrate on the colours that you know you use a lot of or that you want to use. So it might be these 3 lovely pinks for floral appliques, maybe add the greens in as well, and there you've got, you know, rose wreaths and sprays of flowers, absolutely gorgeous. That would look splendid. You've got your kind of beach landscape over here, your seascape colours, but if you wanted something that was a bit more sort of mountainous, here we go. Interestingly, we haven't got any reds in there, but you could throw a bit of red in for your Christmassy colours. So you've got your greens, a little bit of the golds, and maybe a little bit of red. So really quite easy to combine and recombine. But I think if I was going to do a little palette for something, I would go, I'm going to call this Iris or Pansy. And I think that would work really nicely together. So you've got those bearded iris colours, the greens for your leaves, and that little flash of yellow. And that would be a gorgeous little starting point for a quilt. Right, let's move on to solids, because I am all over the solids at the moment. Absolutely loving the solid fabrics. I'm going to gather everything together to start with. We've got so many fabrics, we can't really get them all on the desk together, but I will do my best. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, all of these are by the 1/2 metre. They're all cut from the bolt for you. So, where should we start? Where should we start? Should we start with hot colours? Let's start hot. Oh, well, just to let you know, black is already sold out. Okay, black's already sold out. £3.79 1/2 metre for all of these. I'm gonna grab the white, because as much as I love all the pretty colours, it's the neutrals that I use most of. So black sold out, white next. This is our proper pure white. Multi-buy. That's my top tip. You're already multi-buying. You know that 2 or 3 metres of this in your stash is going to get used 100 times over. But who can buy 100 metres really? But to buy a few metres to have, you know, they're essentials. And when you run out, I don't know, that's a sad day, isn't it? Don't run out. Don't run out. Yeah, once you're, you know, this is why I say you need your stash, because when you're ready, when the mood hits you, when the muse arrives, you've got to just sew, you've got to just create. You need your supplies all ready for you. So that's the white. I'm also just going to grab a couple of the cream tans as well. We've got NC10. This is a lovely warm, this is nude. Doesn't look like me without anything on. Ben's legs. My legs. Oh, hang on. Bruce's legs. No, I'm joking. Oh, so this is nude. Nude. You see, men never grow up, do they? We're always little boys. We're always little boys. Next one, ZT42. You know, I just repeat what you say, don't you, Ben? Yeah. This is called beige. This is called beige. Very useful though, these colours. Very useful. These just gorgeous kind of stone colours, these neutrals. I'm going to grab the grey as well, and then we're going to get into those exciting hot colours. This is TE06. This is silver. So I remember when the sort of concept modern quilting first hit the scene. And this shade of grey was all over every kind of modern quilt. It was the background. It replaced cream and white as the neutral. This light silver grey, and you can still use it, absolutely. It's still really on trend. It's a great colour to use. Things like turquoises, blues, greens, purples look amazing with that light silver. Right, let's get into all this gorgeous hot colour. I want to start, I'll tell you what, I'm going to start with these gorgeous pinks, and we'll start with this one, which is LW67. This is called Crimson, and it's that somewhere between a really dark red and a really deep pink. It's somewhere in between. Do you see, with the pinks, it's the darkest pink. But with the reds, it's like a claret. It's almost like a really deep claret. So it just depends what it's with. Well, I remember I'm being blown away when I was at university. I did human psychology at university. I'm cleverer than I look. And I remember when we were talking about colour. And I remember the lecturer saying, you know, colour, yes, it's about what, you know, the light that goes into your eyes, but it's also about what your knowledge, what you know about colour, what you know things are supposed to be. And I sort of said, well, what do you mean by that? And he said, well, if you see a phone box at night, you know it's red, so you see that it's red, but it's not really red, is it? Not when there's hardly any light in the air. The colour that you see in front of you isn't red, but because of all the knowledge, all the memories that you've got, you interpret what you see and you know that it's red. But I think it's something that really great talented artists can kind of see through, because they can pick the right colour from their palette, which might be more like a blue or more like a brown or a grey. Whereas I would just pick up the red because I know it's red. It's a telephone box. What am I talking about? There aren't any telephone boxes anymore. Everyone's got a mobile. In Hull, the telephone boxes are white. Did you know that? In Hull, they have their own telephone exchange. They're not part of BT, I don't think. They have white phone boxes. Anyway, that right there, have we had the details? Oh, we did, crimson. Right, let's move on. Right, next one is XJ43. Is it sangria? It is sangria. I've been here too long. I know all the names. Christine's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Late joining today. Don't worry, Christine, you're in good company. Gorgeous fabrics again. I was in my sewing room last night and my eldest daughter was helping me organise my drawers. She rearranged everything when I was away on holiday, and now going through everything, she said, too much fabric as she was folding it. I just laughed. I'd have thrown her out. What do you mean too much fabric? The very notion, Christine, the very notion. Sangria. Oh, sangria. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Right, next up, I've got SO24. Is this fuchsia? Pomegranate. Raspberry. 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 Raspberries. Well, yesterday I was teaming this with some K Facet. Yeah. Now, Sue says, if I were to buy 1/2 metre to make my own swatch reference, how would I know which shade was which? Will they come in their own bag with a reference number on it? Well, mine always do, Sue. That's a really good question. Would they, Ben? They would, wouldn't they? They'd come in a plastic bag with a sticker on it with the code for the fabric. And then the code relates to the code that's on the website for the colour or to your order. It will tell you. So yes, absolutely. That's a great idea. I keep asking that we sell a swatch card or a swatch pack, but it's quite difficult to organise. But that would be a good idea, especially the colours that you use lots of. You know, even if you just cut a little 5-inch square off the corner maybe and keep that. Right, KQ47, because it's all well and good, isn't it, looking at things on screen, but you actually need to put them up next to a fabric to really know whether they're the right colour or not. So this one is called Azalea Pink. My mum's brilliant at growing azaleas. She does absolutely gorgeous azaleas in big pots. Beautiful. Love them. Gorgeous shade, really gorgeous. Right, next up I've got PJ90. Yes. Fuchsia. Fuchsia. I can never remember how to spell fuchsia. I always get all the letters right, they're just not in the right order. Yeah, you want to spell Fuschcia. That's normally what I do. But that would be wrong. Elaine's got in touch to say, I live in Hull, and yes, we do have our own telephone exchange. The phone boxes are more cream than white though, although we do have a rainbow one too. Oh, I've missed that. Missed that. Sue says, morning lovely Stuart and all the team. Watching in bed. Had a bit of an accident in the shower on holiday. Oh my darling, sorry to hear that. Oh. Virtual hug. I eat half of the marzipan going to school for I ate half of the marzipan going to school for cookery. Got told off by the school teacher. I bet you did. I bet you did. Very naughty behaviour, but I completely understand why. Christine says, I can't throw my daughter out. She bought me 5 sets of IKEA drawers, put them together and even put wheels on ones that didn't have wheels on by adding wood on the bottom. She's helping me sort through papercraft stuff at the weekend. It's going to be a mighty challenge. Ha ha. Well, all right then, Christine. I will allow her to stay, but she's not to tell you that you've got too much fabric again. Don't let her see my stash. AJ80. My goodness. Actually, my stash isn't that impressive. It's not. I tend to get fabric and then use it. This next one is called Blush. Pretty. Soft and gentle, isn't it? Vintage looking. Yeah. Yeah. Almost Victorian. Yeah. That's cute. I like that. What are you cooking? Oh, I might have known. NF38. I just thought there's a funny smell in here. Yeah, it smells like a student digs. It's our wonderful cat. She has an eclectic diet, don't you, darling? Oh, pretty though. That's it. Yeah, pink. Pretty in pink. There you go. Pretty in pink. All these fabrics, by the way, of course, are gorgeous for things like dressmaking, lining bags, patchwork and quilting. You know, well, I say lining bags for the front of bags, any of that. How about a bonfire? Isn't it? Absolutely. I'm just going to rearrange. There we go. Happier now. There we go. Absolutely gorgeous. Let's start with that one, shall we? That is AB75. Let's see, terracotta. Terracotta. Yeah, really nice. Which literally means fired earth. Didn't you know that? Like terra firma, yeah, solid earth. And then cotta, so panna cotta is cooked cream. So means cooked or baked earth. Terracotta. Yes, it's baking hot today. Do you remember as a child when it was really hot in the summer and you were barefoot and you'd go on the path and it would be so hot it would like burn your feet? Do you remember that? That was when it was a really hot day, wasn't it? That's brought back memories. What did you say, about 70 years ago? Rude. Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't take a lot. Christine says some phone boxes in Durham have defibrillators in them. Very clever idea. It is actually, yeah, because most of us have got phones, haven't we now? But to have something like, we've got a few defibrillators in the village. It is useful. And I've had the training as well. It'll probably be me that needs one, but I have had the training. Yes. Yeah, it was good. Well, to be honest with you, if you go to use one, it actually links up to a live centre and they tell you how to use them. They guide you through using them. So you don't just have to follow written instructions. All very good. 379.5 metre for the terracotta. I used that in New Mexico. This was one of our colours, wasn't it, Ben? Next up, GH61. Cardinal. Well, you have birds that are cardinals, don't you? And they're like the sort of American version of the robin. I mean, they don't look like them, but they are their Christmas bird. Where the robin is our Christmas bird, the cardinal is America's Christmas bird. But also, cardinals in the Catholic Church wear red, don't they? Their robes are this colour. So I think that's where the colour comes from, and probably the name of the birds. Of course, red wedding dresses in China. Traditional colour for a Chinese bride is red. DI98. Remember once being in Hong Kong and there was a wedding in the hotel and the bride and groom did about 4 outfit changes over the course of the day and they looked incredible in every single one of them. £3.79.5 metre. This is red. Red. Oh, it was amazing because they did traditional first of all, but then they did like traditional Western, so white wedding dress. And I mean, for most of us, it's enough to get together one outfit. I struggle. But yeah, it was just amazing. And then sort of party outfit and it was cool. I think quite a lot of them, they hire the outfits. ZB72, now this makes me think of papaya. Hot tomato, something Charlie will not eat. Hot tomato, cooked tomato, no, not a fan, Doesn't like cooked fruit. Although, funnily enough, he will force apple crumble down. Just about manages to force apple crumble down, but he draws the line at cooked tomato. Yep. So I always get that plopped onto my plate at breakfast. Yeah. Next one, I suspect this has been rather cleverly named, this next one. Am I right? BA50. You know it. All together now, what's the creative name of this? It is orange. Yes, it is. It's orange. Fantastic. I think I'd call it carrot. Yeah. I'd call it carrot. Did you know that carrots didn't used to be orange? So originally carrots were black, purple, white, occasionally orange, and the orange was really like bred intensively, developed to celebrate the Dutch monarchy. And then they just stuck. And now you can buy seeds for like black and white carrots. You can get them occasionally. Yeah, but most of us, we only ever have orange carrots. ZX82. Is this sunshine? That is bright, isn't it? That's a proper bright yellow. ZX82. Is it sold out? That one's sold out. It is sunshine anyway. Yes, I've got that yellow. Buttercup. What's up, Buttercup? Used to love doing that as a child. Still do. Everybody likes butter. That way, doing that way, yeah, it's amazing. Everyone likes butter. My mum made butter once. She was whipping cream for a trifle, but got a bit over enthusiastic, as we all have, and it started turning into butter. So she said, first of all, and then she went, I might as well keep going then. Let's make butter. So we made butter. Oh, delicious. Oh, it was gorgeous. Right, look at this for a palette. Now I could just dive straight in and make something out of that. Just as it is. Just as it is. Let's start off then. DF02. Jade. So what's your favourite colour, Ben? What's your favourite colour? Turquoise. Cat?
That jade that you've got.
The jade that I've got right in front of me. Really beautiful. Bruce? Favourite colour? Just a blue, any blue. Any blue. My favourite colour? Well, yeah. But I use a lot of orange and spicy rusts and that kind of colour in my quilts. I love using those colours. Yeah, this kind of terracotta, burnt orange, rust, those sorts of shades. Yeah, these sorts of shades. I don't know why I felt the need to do that, but anyway, there we are. I say, there's Jade. There's Jade. Right, next up, NU60. NU60, is that sold out? That's sold out. Okay, right, yes. Well, let me grab the teal. KQ13. This is teal. Again, I used this in New Mexico. This was my darkest shade. Beautiful. That's a gorgeous colour. That comes to life next to oranges. Lovely. Next up, OY61, Emerald, the Emerald Isle. IR84, Bottle, Fur, Fur. Like furry friends. Or fir trees. Fir trees, of course it is. Oh, furry children. Our puppies, our dogs and our cats. QF79. That's that one. That one's Bottle. bottle, as in bottle green. AY82. I forgot to say earlier on, actually, it's National Beer Day. Beer Day. So 10 green bottles. There we go. Yeah. Is this navy? In the navy. You can put your mind at ease. You're welcome. People. RB61. Or is this called purple? Is it purple? It's purple. Again, it's chocolate purple, isn't it? Definitely. Friends got married a few years ago and had this as their colour for the wedding. Is it? The colour of creativity. Like that. And also the colour of royalty. ML94. Amethyst. Amethyst, that's my birthstone. Same for you, February. Yeah. Yeah. Love amethyst. Gorgeous. And then the last one in that little pile is ZL06. Is that cloud? Cloud. Cloud. Again, a nice neutral. If you don't want grey, but you want something that's a little bit lilac grey, that is ideal. Because I'm going to put it next to grey. This is where, look at the difference. Incredible, isn't it, really? There's so much variation. Right, last few that I've got some gorgeous turquoises. These are all on the website. I've also got a couple of more sludgy greens, and I use that phrase with great love. I love these colours, but they are kind of those sludgy greens, and then a gorgeous couple of browns as well. Have a look on the website. They're all available. They're all $3.79 a half metre. We're going to a break because Susan Briscoe is ready to burst back onto our screens after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi there, it's great to have your company. Susan, it's even greater to have your company.
Thank you.
And you've let me try on the fabulous hand-ten jacket.
Yes.
From your book Borrow, the Borrow book.
Yes, it's in there, the pattern.
Oh, it's fabulous, isn't it? I'm just going to step in the centre.
Give them a twirl.
Just so you can see. Isn't this cool? I love it.
I know it's going to be difficult getting this back from you, isn't it?
Get it back? I thought it was a gift. Officially, it belongs to Glyn, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I made it to fit my husband, but it's a general size that fits most people, really.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I made the sleeves a little bit longer and the body panels a little bit wider because the original jacket it was based on was actually quite small. It was probably
I think this is quite small. Fits me beautifully. Now, this hour, we've got loads more different products from Susan Briscoe, the undisputed queen of Sashiko, I think it's fair to say, and certainly the UK authority on this incredible art form from Japan. Now, we're going to start. We've got some gorgeous little kits, which I was hoping was those, but it's not.
It isn't. Those are mine, actually.
Those are yours. They're going to be over there, aren't they?
They are over there on the table. You'll have to grab the kits from over there.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about
those.
that.
Thank you, Kat. Right.
Yes.
Okay, so these are... Now, these are called Hanafukin.
Hanafukin.
And these are kits,
Yes.
okay? So what you get in here... This is called Fine Breezy Day, and this is
It's basically Mount Fuji.
code-wise TZ39. So you've got a scene of Mount Fuji, and now what you've got in here, you've got English instructions,
Yes.
you've got the printed fabric, and you've got your thread, and you've got your needle. So everything. That's great value, Susan.
It is actually. And it makes a lovely little panel as well. Incidentally, Olympus, who designed this particular one, they've done a version of it where they put it in a frame. And of course, the panels are a little bit, just slightly bigger than 12 inches. So, you know those frames that are made for LP sleeves? Or if you get some of those,
Oh, nice.
you can do a really easy framing job with these.
Yeah. Gorgeous. And what is the actual fabric? It's called a hanafukin.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It literally means a flower cloth. A fukin is a cleaning cloth, a duster.
Okay.
You can use it as a napkin, you can use it as a placemat. It's a little multi-purpose cloth. And the hana bit, because it literally means flower, but it just means it's kind of a pretty one, really.
Oh, I
and
see.
the fabric is quite special because they're made out of a fabric called sarashi.
Sarashi.
Sarashi. And sarashi it's a very absorbent cotton, and it was used, well, it still is used, for the first layer of kimono underwear.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So it might feel a little thin. You know, sometimes people say, oh, you know, these panels are awfully thin, and no, but it's a very special, very absorbent cotton. Now, it's designed to be stitched through 2 layers traditionally. Can I just whiz round the back of you?
Yeah, of course you can.
I've got one, not exactly that pattern, but I've got another one where I have stitched it through 2 layers. I'll show you. I brought a few of mine to show you what I've been doing, playing about with the same things. This is actually the same design. But
lovely.
in the
blue.
in the navy version of it, and I've just turn it around the other way. I keep forgetting the camera nowadays flips everything over.
Yeah, you
doesn't
don't
it?
have to do anything
You don't
different
have
to
to do anything
normal.
different, no.
Yeah.
So
gorgeous.
that's just my own take on it, you know, with different threads and things. Because you can actually get the panels separately.
Oh, I see. So in your kit, you actually get your printed side, and then you also get a plain side.
Yes.
So you put the 2 layers together.
Well, that's the idea. Is traditionally
Stitch through both.
You stitch through both layers. However, I think it looks a little bit messy when you do that, actually.
Okay.
I've got one here where I have done exactly that. It's a totally different pattern, but you see that's the front of it, and I've made this up. One of the ways it's suggested is to simply seam it together, bag it out, and then stitch the 2 layers. So the front looks pretty enough. That's the back.
Oh, I think the back looks lovely.
You think
But
it back
you
looks
don't like
lovely?
it?
No, I don't actually. It's really
Okay,
weird.
fair enough.
So very often when I stitch these, I stitch the front separately, and then like with this one here, I've done it separate. And then what I'm going to do,
that does
I'm
look
actually
better.
I'm going to turn it under and stitch it all the way around. There's a way of doing it where you can sort of like hook the 2 corners around each other. It's a little bit the same as when you do what they call a butted or a knife edge finish.
Knife edge
with a
finish,
quilt.
yeah.
It's like doing that.
Oh,
and you
cool.
can stitch them all the way around. So, you know, it's up to you how you do them. And the thing is, if you're going to put it in a frame, just stitching through 1 layer is actually much less hard work.
Yeah, fair enough. So
you can do
that is
different
the
things.
first one, which is called Fine Breezy Day. Details are on screen. $14.99. Remember, you get everything in there. Now, the next one that we've got is called In Sagami Province. And so this is the one that I opened out. Now this is lovely. So you've got, they're all of Mount Fuji, aren't
Yes,
they?
they are. They're different views.
So you've got Mount Fuji, you've got some cranes flying in the air, you've got these beautiful sort of
And
planes
feeding
in
down
front,
here as well.
and feeding down at the front. You get your 2 layers of fabric, 1 printed, 1 plain, as before. You also get your instructions. You get all of your thread and your needle too.
Yeah.
So these are actually different threads that you use. It's not variegated, is it?
No, it's not. They are different coloured threads, and they're all fine Sashiko threads. The ones that we were showing people earlier on, they're the 6-ply Sashiko thread, and these are a 3-ply Sashiko thread. Again, you don't split them, but they're half the thickness.
So are these like the ones you said earlier on, the traditional Sashiko threads were thinner, and they would use them doubled?
They were. They tend to be a 3-ply or a 4-ply. Yeah, but those you would actually use singly. The reason they've done it like that for the kit is so it's nice and delicate, and so you can get lots of detail in. Because you'll notice on these kits, the stitch length is a little bit shorter than on some of the other panels that we've got. Yeah. So they're actually
gorgeous.
designed for the fine thread.
This is a great way into trying Sashiko because it's $14.99 for everything that you need to create a miniature work of art. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, they are lovely.
All
Like
your
I said,
thread, your needle.
They fit beautifully into a 12-inch frame as well, which you can just you can buy anywhere, really.
And presumably as well, you could do exactly as we were saying earlier. You could add patterned fabric
Of course
to
you
the
could. You could
outside.
do
You could
different
make it
things
up
with it,
into a
yes.
cushion
Yeah.
or a quilt.
They're very
centre of a
versatile,
quilt.
really, these little cloths. And I certainly think making them as a cloth, well, they are nice. You know, you can use them, put them over a dish of bread rolls or whatever, or table mat, or they're handy. They're really good.
Really lovely. A thing of beauty.
They are.
It's
They're
something
very lovely.
that I've noticed before in Japanese culture. It seems to be a tradition to make utilitarian things
Look lovely.
beautiful. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. You're right.
In a way that seems so special and unique to the country, don't they?
Yeah. One of the reasons as well that, of course, the little Hanafukina is so popular there is that when kids go off to kindergarten or junior school as well, it's one of the things they have to have in their lunchbox to wipe their fingers on. So in Japan you can
like
buy
a napkin.
Yeah, in Japan you can buy things like Hello Kitty and Disney and characters and stuff like that for kids.
But you still stitch them?
Yes, you do.
Gosh,
Yeah.
would you let your toddler wipe their fingers and face on one of these?
But they're indestructible actually. They do wash. They wash and wear really, really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's surprising.
Yeah,
with this
love
fabric.
that.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll let you open any. These are mine.
Perfect.
They're the same as the ones that we're selling. So
No worries.
If
So
you
are
want
these
to-
the ones we're doing next, Ben?
we can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh right. Okay. Yeah. So these are fabric packs. Now this is still a Hanafukin.
Yeah.
But this is just the fabric. There's no thread. There's
Yes.
no needle.
It's-
So you use your own.
Yes, it's the same. It's the same one as the two kits that we just showed actually. So if you've already got
No,
it's a different one.
There is
Oh,
one that's the same
that one
and
is
one
the
that's
same.
different.
Yeah, and the other one's different.
We'll
But
do the
thing
one
is-
that's the same first of all.
Yeah.
So this one, Ben.
It's
Yeah,
Mount Fuji
that's
again.
yours, isn't it? It
Yeah.
doesn't have the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that print, that Hokusai print is called Red Fuji.
Okay.
It isn't actually the proper name for it. And the British Museum have got a few copies of it.
So are
they've got
these
pink
these
versions
are all
and red
taken
versions.
from Hokusai
Yes, they are.
prints?
36 views of Mount Fuji, but they only did 4 as
Got
embroidery pieces. As
Got
sashiko
you.
pieces.
So if you just want the fabric, and the markings disappear when you swill it in water.
Yes, they do. They do.
Great.
Yeah.
$5.99. That's all. That's great. Now, obviously, we don't sell the fine thread.
No.
What could you substitute? Could you use a stranded cotton?
Well, you could use perle actually. But
Yeah.
the piece that I showed you, I was stitching on the blue, that was actually done with the 6-ply thread that we were
Okay.
selling this morning. So they do work with the thicker thread, in my opinion. That was why I wanted to try it out and see how it came out. And it does, it works fine with the thick thread.
Fair enough. All right, lovely. So that's that one. And then the other one that we have,
Which one's that? My glasses are over there, so I can't read the packet. Thank you. This one is Mount Fuji reflected in Lake Kawaguchi in Kai Province. Gosh, it's a bit of a mouthful.
it is. So is that the one we've got? Yeah.
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 So you've got like a
perfect.
mirror image of it.
Yeah, sort of reflected in the water.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
There's actually a set of 4 different designs. So, at some point in the future you might get the other ones, you never know.
But these all finish around about 12 inches square.
Yeah, they do. They're the
Yeah.
same size as, well, one I sort of threw in front of you a moment ago. That is the actual size of them. And as you can see, we've got a 12-inch
Yes,
cutting mat
12-inch mat.
underneath.
So, yeah.
So that is your size.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
Just
Thank
a nice
you.
little size to use.
Right, next up, shall we have a look at some of these Sashiko cloths? We've got one called Good News.
That is so cute. Go on.
It's lovely. Can we open that?
Yes, you can.
Let's have a look inside.
That's the one I'm going to stitch.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I've got a whole pile of these that I need to get on with stitching.
So tell me about
It-
Good News.
Well, it's a modern design. It's designed by Kai Fujita for QH Textiles, who are actually an Australian company.
Oh, that's
but
lovely.
a Japanese designer, and they're printed in Japan.
Yeah.
Again, they're hand printed, and it is just the most gorgeous, cute sort of woodlandy kind of design. You know those fabrics you had this morning?
Yes, I was
on the
just
first
thinking,
show?
very autumny.
Well, I was having a nosy at those and thinking they would really coordinate beautifully with this panel, because again, you've got the same thing. You know, you've got rabbits, you've got deer, you've actually got some fish, you've got birds in this.
Yeah.
Flowers.
It's a bit folk art looking, isn't it? It's that European folk art. 19.99. Now you get the 12 by 12 panel. You also get the 12 by 12 panel still joined to it.
The backing.
Of the backing.
So it's up to you see what you do with that. If you were going to combine that with patchwork fabric and you were going to turn it into a little wall hanging on the middle of a quilt or whatever, I would actually cut that backing piece off.
Yes.
I would stitch it through the one layer only, and then I would use that and mix that in as a coordinate with my patchwork fabric.
For sure.
So you'd have little bits of this fabric in with the patchwork.
That would look lovely.
And it would just make it look really nice together, I think.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice. Can I just ask you something, Susan, about, because obviously you want to iron these before you get started.
Oh, I don't bother.
Okay.
I just do them straight out of the bag.
Oh, right, okay.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. I mean, none of the pieces that I've got here, I'm trying to find one now that I've been, you know, that wasn't ironed, and that was folded up small in a little bag.
Okay.
Just
but
as you handle it, they just come out.
If you are going to iron it, I'm going to assume no steam.
No steam.
Presumably the steam would take the markings out.
Do not steam it. I have to tell you something about these particular panels. I spilt some water on one that I was stitching.
Oh no!
And it's amazing. It started to come away, even just with water being spilt on it. Yeah. There was enough of it left, and I thought, wow, that's really taught me a lesson. Don't do that again.
Let's do the next one. This one's called Cumulus Cloud.
Yeah.
Now I think this one's going to be very, very popular.
It's on the dark blue, that one. And
this is absolutely flying out, Susan.
Is it?
Yeah.
You know,
get this one out.
I have to admit, if you like these here, I do stock a lot of the other ones from these ranges on my website.
We'll have to get you back.
Well, you could get this on from here, and then you go on my website and get some others. And this has the instructions you see printed on the back.
Let's open this out so you can have a look.
There you go.
Oh, lovely. So actually what you've got here, this is clever. So you've got the design printed on one side, and then you've got all of your instructions printed on the other side.
I should call it destructions. just joking. That's just what we call them in our house, anything like that.
It's a very quilty thing, isn't it? Here are your destructions.
Yeah.
That's lovely. It's absolutely flying out, $12.99.
I do think, you see, this is another panel that really benefits from having some colour in it. Now this one's by Hitomi Fujita, different designer. I get the feeling they're related. But I find that with their designs, they're very dense on the marking. You know, there's lots of beautiful traditional designs within each shape, each cloud shape. And when you look at it like that, you see just in white. Well, you almost need to sort of do the edge of the cloud in white, and then maybe choose a slightly different colour for the inside. It kind of just separates the pattern out a little bit. Actually, it's on its side in the photo. I just realised on what's on screen. But I would actually introduce a bit of colour. And in fact, there's a whole series of these, and I really want to make a sample quilt out of them. But the trouble is, there's so many of these different patterns, panels, and you know, you see them and you think, oh, I want to make something out of that, I want to make something out of this. Yeah. And there's just not enough time to stitch them.
No, there's never enough time.
It's not fair.
I think we can all relate to that, can't we?
Oh, I've got a pile
now,
of
next
them
up, I've got the Four Seasons Sashiko cloth.
Now, that is another one that's very sort of folksy, very much like, you know, the one we looked at before, which was Good News.
Good News,
Very kind of similar kind of feeling. And this kind of looking is popular in Japan.
I bet.
Yeah, it is.
I bet,
very much so.
So this says in the centre, Four Seasons.
And that's what you've got.
Look, it's got rabbit, it's got deer, it's got squirrel, and hello, it's got a bear. And I do love a bear, Susan. I do love a bear.
I'm sure you do. Yes, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Autumn leaves, you've got your snowflakes, your tulips, and the sunshine for the summer. That's gorgeous, actually, isn't it?
It is
That'd
gorgeous.
be really nice to do kind of autumny colours in this side, more wintry blues.
You know, I see that sort of very, very, very colourful, actually. That's what I do with that one. Certainly bringing different colours of Sashiko thread. You know, speaking about bears, but I think a different kind of bear to the sort of bear that you were talking about. Up in Newsham, actually, where I used to live, They actually have bears in the countryside around there, and I was totally unaware of it when I lived there. Oh yeah.
Carry a whistle.
Well, yeah. If you go hiking up on the mountains, you have to have a bear bell. And
gosh.
You can buy them in the shops there, and it's like a little bell on a wristband, and you jingle, and hopefully you scare the bears away.
Oh gosh, yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed. Well, presumably you always did. So I'm going to be a little bit controversial and say, what about grabbing your Inktense pencils and actually adding some shaded colour inside, as well as the Sashiko?
Yeah.
A little bit of a mix.
Bear in mind that you are going to rinse it. Mind you, the Inktense is pretty permanent.
Is permanent,
yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I have used it a couple of times, actually, Inktense.
Yeah.
You get some great effects.
So this next one is Water Lily.
Water Lily.
Beautiful. I love the colour of the background on these sort of natural.
Yeah, it's greige, and the fabric composition is, I think it's 20% linen. Mm-hmm. Is it 20% linen? Oh, sorry, I tell a lie. 15% linen, 85% cotton.
That's just lovely.
It's a natural unbleached greige colour. Yeah,
lovely.
That's the one.
Lovely.
It is.
Again, the kind of thing you could take away for a weekend or a little holiday, a little break.
Yeah.
Or if you were spending time in hospital, of course, you don't need any specialist equipment, a Sashiko needle and thread, pair of scissors.
Yeah. It's absolutely ideal for anything like that. As long as you haven't got an IV line stuck in the back of your hand.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
It doesn't work with that. It's a bit difficult to sew then. This one hasn't got a huge amount of stitching in it, actually. It won't keep you amused for quite as long as some of the others. You'll have it done pretty quickly. But I love the effect of the flowers in this.
Me too.
They're just so beautiful.
And again, you could do this in one colour, but you could use a variegated. You could actually pick out maybe pinks in here, pinks and yellows, greens here in the pads.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
You could do all sorts of things with it.
$19.99 for Water Lily, and that would make a stunning centre to a wall hanging, wouldn't it?
It would. Now this is one.
This fabric,
can we jump to
this next?
Because this one you were a bit puzzled about, wasn't it? Because you looked at it and said, well, what are all these crosses and things about? Well, I will explain. I'll get it out. There's several different companies in Japan that do this kind of dot fabric. On my website, I call it just.
Going to check what this one's called, just for Ben.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, I've just got that stuck on there. There you go.
So Grid this one, Ben, is called Grid, One Stitch Sashiko Grid.
Yeah. It's not the most exciting of names, is it, really?
So this isn't something to stitch, is it?
It is something to... Well, you use it as a stitching guide.
Yeah.
You see, I'll put this... Can I put this panel next to it and get them both together?
Over a little bit.
There you go. So if you're going to do something like this, which is a hitomezashi design, normally what you would do is you'd draw a grid. Or if you were very, very, very practiced and expert at doing it, some people actually stitch this without any marking.
Wow.
But you've got to be really good to do that, really good. So what you would do instead, you're going to use the lines here to go up and down. Is that actually tied in? No, it's tied in. I'll get another strand from here and I'll show you. Okay. You would use it to go up and down and create your pattern. And there are lots and lots of designs, like the one that I've got there in the blue, where it actually starts with a stitch and a gap and a stitch and a gap. And then a gap and a stitch and a gap and a stitch.
Oh, okay.
You know the ones that you liked very much on... Oh, it was on one of the panels we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
There were 4...
Well, this sort of thing.
Yes, there were... That's it, show it on here, why not? There were 4 hitomezashi patterns, you see, like that type of thing. And you were really drawn to those earlier on.
Love them.
I would normally start with a knot, but I'm going to start without one. Because I'm just showing you sort of very briefly. It doesn't matter really whether you start on one side or the other.
And am I all right just to move you
yes,
forwards?
Move me. Oh, there we go. We're in view now.
We'll get there.
That's brilliant. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just pleat up and down on the tip of the needle. I'm going to go up and down on the dots, like that. I should have picked a longer needle for this. This is where the long needle we were selling earlier on really comes into its own, because you can get lots of stitches pleat on the tip of the needle. I know I'm sort of pointing them away a little bit from myself because I'm trying to sort of show it in a kind of bihandual way, you know. So it looks pretty much the same for left or right-handers. But you would do lots and lots and lots pleating like that. Imagine I've got a longer needle, I've done a lot more. Pull it through. Again, imagine I've actually started with a knot, which I haven't. And then hang on to the knot. ease it out like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually left the two strands in. You know, I was talking about doing double thread.
Yeah.
Well, actually, on this, I think you probably could, because that's about a 6mm grid. On the blue piece that I've got here, it's about a 5mm. I don't think you can sort of see that the stitches are a little bit different.
Bigger.
So with a slightly longer stitch, you could do a double thread. And I must admit, when I teach, I get people to mark a 1/4-inch grid, and we used a double thread on it, so you get this really nice effect.
Yeah.
But that's what you do, and there's lots and lots and lots of patterns that you can stitch onto this, so you can kind of design your own thing. Now, I saw an interesting thing on, I think it was the Olympus YouTube channel. I'm going to have to find it again, where what they showed is somebody got a marking pencil, and they kind of drew all the pattern that they were going to stitch on the grid before they started.
Okay.
I mean, personally, I would probably just jump straight in and just stitch lots and lots of stitches back and forth.
But you have a huge amount of experience.
I've got some idea of what I'd be doing with it, and I would just do alternating stitches and gap, stitches and gap, and on the next row I would do a gap where I had the stitch. And then I could turn that into lots and lots of different patterns. But you know, you could plan the whole thing out by drawing it out on the dot fabric. And
of course this would work very well if anyone's got your Sashiko 365 book, or if they've got the ultimate Sashiko source book. That would be perfect, wouldn't it?
There are patterns on the quilt. The quilt. I have to confess, folks, I still haven't actually quilted it. It is still just a top. I've been so busy. But you see, there's patterns on here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see these ones.
Yeah.
You could do all of those on this fabric. Well, there's a whole load. I'm going to have to sort of step over it. I don't know if the camera can sort of go out. So
presumably the designs you can work on this are these more geometric ones rather than
they are the Hitomi
clamshells.
patterns. Yeah. You can, in theory, actually use it to help you draw the grids, to draw these patterns. But personally, I would tend to go for, you know, like these designs up here, which are variations, you know, on little crosses or rice stitch, or these ones here where we've woven through. You could do all of those on the dots. But I think, you know, sometimes people look at it and they don't quite know, you know, what to do with these dotty fabrics. But that's what they're actually made for.
Fab. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Obviously, you know, the size of something like that, you can imagine what it's like trying to draw a grid over a big piece like that.
Yeah. But it's all done for you.
Exactly. It makes it so much easier. So much easier.
Now, the next two that I've got GM68, Ben. So you were telling me this one's called Cosmo.
Yes.
And this is a sort of
Cosmo's
modern
brand.
take. Is it?
It is, yeah. They called it Lessian. It's like a brand of Lessian, who are a Japanese fabric company. And that one's yours. This one's one of mine.
Okay. Well, we'll open this one because I want to show the design.
I'll open mine as well, because I think you've got this one, haven't you?
Yes.
You have, yeah.
We'll just focus on this one for a second. Otherwise, I don't want you to get confused at home which one we've got on screen. So this one has got little crosses. So now is this
it's
to
very
stitch?
Minimalist. That is to stitch.
Right,
and there would be quite long stitches on that too. And that is definitely what, when I said, you know, I was saying to you about I wouldn't actually stitch it through the 2 layers. Right. Well, I wouldn't, because you'll stitch a stitch there, and then you'll have a great long
travelling. I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, it'll travel across the back to the next one. I would actually want to encase that inside. It's I don't know. I think it's just something with us. I don't know, it's sort of like a British mentality towards it or whatever, to make it look tidy, really tidy on the back, because, well, I've got a piece here I'm going to show you in a moment, which is done by my Sashiko teacher, and you'll see it is not particularly tidy on the back at all, and it doesn't seem to bother people in Japan as much as it seems to bother us.
Well, there's definitely a thing amongst embroiderers, isn't it?
It's got to be perfect.
That the wrong side needs to look as good as the right side.
I think we have that kind of drummed into us a bit much here, really.
So if you're stitching this then, so you're going to stitch in vertical lines and then horizontals rather than stitching across. So do you have any tips for when you're travelling from here to here?
Just
because
don't pull
obviously
it too
that
tight.
is a good inch.
Just don't pull it too tight, seriously. Yeah, an inch is about the furthest I would travel actually on the back of a piece of Sashiko. I personally wouldn't design something to go any further
But you know,
than
as
that.
simple as that is, wouldn't that look absolutely gorgeous?
Yes.
Made up with a border, made up into a cushion, absolutely stunning, and so modern looking.
Yeah, that's it. You see, with this range, they sort of gave it this kind of contemporary twist. I first
Well, I've
saw
got
it.
3 left. I've only got
gosh.
3 left.
I first saw it in a department store in Osaka. Gosh, January 2020. We went there with a friend, and we saw them there, and I was like, wow. Yeah, and I know I saw them stitched mine. Don't say anything about it.
Now,
But
can we
have
find
this
this
one,
next
don't
one,
we?
Ben? It's the...
It's that little crosses, isn't it? It's brown. It's brown and it's crosses. And I've opened mine out, so you don't have to open yours out. Oh, and you've also got the circles. The circles is fantastic. Well, we actually have that design behind us as
We've
well.
got it? Yeah, we've got it. Yeah.
Oh, you have got
so
it.
this is
This
the crosses.
is the one with the crosses. That's on my sampler as well behind us.
So this is one of those, again, which looks very traditional, but also very modern looking.
It is,
Little
it is a very
crosses.
traditional pattern.
Is it
as well,
traditional?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wonderful because it looks very complex, but you know, when you look at it, you realise actually it's just a series of like stepped lines going down, and then another series of stepped lines going the other way. And again, you could have a lot of fun playing around with colours with
colour,
this one too.
you really could, couldn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of linen in these fabrics, you know, as well.
They feel lovely.
I think it's 50-50. Is it 50-50 linen? Hold on a minute. Yeah, it's 50% linen, this one. It says it in Japanese on the back.
Yeah.
50% cotton, 50% linen.
Gorgeous.
So they do have a really nice texture to them. Really rather special.
Lovely. And I love the colour as well. It's like a really deep cocoa brown.
It is. Wouldn't that look fantastic with turquoise on it?
Oh, it would. Yeah. Turquoise stitching.
I like
Lovely.
the idea of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Absolutely
you've got,
stunning.
And then you've got the circles one as well.
We do. Well,
Which
we
is,
do.
that's on a more, that's mine.
That's
Before
yours.
Before you whisk it away.
Let me grab that out. This is the circles. And this is on that gorgeous sort of natural
On the greyish
colour.
colour, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, again, that's lovely. I'm just thinking, you know, we love making things, don't we, for our family, for our friends. And we're very passionate about textiles.
Yes.
But not everybody is passionate about embroidery and quilting and patchwork. I mean, I don't know what
Yes, I
that's
know what
all
you mean.
about. But if you want to make something for somebody who doesn't necessarily like text, do you know what I mean? There
Well,
are some designs you think, well, I know you'd love that.
This is so sort of modern and minimalist.
Yes.
You know, these really work. And in fact, you know, you go into any interior design sort of place today, and you could find things that are not dissimilar to this. So you know, you could make it, and you could give it to that friend who's got the, you know, the minimalist modern interior house or whatever. They must exist somewhere.
Now I'm going to guess the stitching path to this. I'm thinking.
Oh, on this
you
one?
go like this.
Yes, you do. It's a wavy line.
Like a
Actually,
wavy line.
diagonal wavy lines is a pretty good one on this one.
Oh yeah.
It's on the leaflet.
Oh, is it?
In it, yep.
So you do have full instructions as well.
It's in Japanese, but it's very, very pictorial. You see, these are the instructions for the one with the
But it's sort
crosses.
of counterintuitive, isn't it? Because, you know, I think most of us would look and think, okay, so you're stitching circles. But
I know.
to move from one side or diagonally is more efficient.
There's quite a few Sashiko patterns that do that. And actually, for that matter, if you're going to stitch the wine glass pattern in quilting, that's what you would do. You
Absolutely.
would do wavy lines on the diagonal, and it works exactly the same kind of way, really.
Gorgeous. Love
Yeah.
that. Really nice
That would
design.
look great in the rainbow,
It would. It would.
I think.
Yeah. I'm inspired by that. I like that very much.
You'll have to give it a go.
I will.
Yeah.
I need to be taught how to do it, Susan.
You do. You do. Hang
we
on
have
a
a
minute, I'll
little-
just pop
do a
this
little-
in here, and I was just going to...
Should we do a bit of stitching?
Let's do a little bit.
Let's do a little bit of stitching,
with
shall
you.
we?
And I'll just... Oh, I can sort that out later, can't I? I don't have to tidy up my mess. Ha ha ha. She
Now we've
says
got
that
lots
with
of
an evil laugh.
coasters, which we'll get to in a second. Actually, I'm going to grab one of the coaster sets.
Oh,
We'll have a
do.
quick
Show those off
look,
first, quickly.
and then we'll do. Thank you,
Yeah,
Kat.
yeah.
We'll do a little bit of the stitching. So this is Sashiko Coaster Part 1. So these are nice sort of bite-sized chunks, aren't they? And again, printed in a wash-away ink. You get the top. You also
get
get
that.
the backing. which is great value.
It's up to you how you make them up, isn't it?
And this
really?
makes 6, and they're square, 6 different designs. This is lovely too. What's this bit for?
I don't know, actually. I think it's just a little extra bit.
Is it maybe a practice?
Yeah, it could be. I really don't know, because I haven't actually seen these panels yet.
I could imagine this being a good bit of practice before you let yourself loose on this design.
You could do, yep.
You could practice working straight lines. I mean, I think that actually included in a bag or along the back of a cushion would be gorgeous.
Well, exactly. I mean, the thing is, you can make it into different things. So we've got it in the beigey colour as well.
Yeah.
Is there just one design of this with the 6 panels, or
we've got 4 different variations of the coasters.
Well, go on, show me the others. Go on.
I will do in a second.
I'm thinking quilt blocks, you see.
Yeah, you could. You could,
and
absolutely.
I'm thinking Scandi Christmas kind of look.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. I like that.
It would gorgeous, wouldn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah.
And the thing is, the piece that's supposed to be the backing. I'm terrible for getting kits and kit bashing them, making them up differently. But the piece that's meant to be the backing, you could do some different designs on that as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
And then suddenly you'd have an awful lot more. But I think this is so lovely.
It is. It's gorgeous. So that's in the terracotta or the brick colour. But we've also got those same designs in grey.
Yes, on like it's sort of a neutral taupe, isn't it? Again, one that would really go with the sort of a minimalist modern interior.
It is, yeah. Or you can add a pop of colour by using something bright, perhaps, against the grey.
Again, the turquoise, the gold, any of those.
But it's a lovely sort of mid-toned grey. You've got your 6 different designs. You've got your practice strip as well. And you've got your backing fabric for $19.99.
I'm looking forward to seeing the other ones as well.
I love that. Well, we'll get to those. I want my lesson in Sashiko now, please.
Well, the thing is, I feel like I've got to show you how to draw something.
Oh, okay.
And I need that. I need that, okay?
Fine, yeah.
And I also need a pen. And I also need, here's one I made earlier, a piece of fabric here. Now, this is how we do the fabrics, how we prep the fabrics for this. I cut the fabrics right across the width. I know it's only half width, this is just a bit of it. And I edge it so that it isn't going to fray. Because, of course, the minute that I start working with it, you know, it'll fray like crazy.
Yeah.
This is actually a Sashiko fabric from Olympus. It's 100% cotton. You're looking at the sides. Is it the sides of it there? Or the top and the bottom? I'm trying to think now. No, that is the top. That is the top and the bottom. And what I did, first of all, I edged it. I put a bright green in the top and a sort of a sagey green on the bottom. There is a reason to this. There's a bit of logic to it, okay? And then after I'd done that, I then cut it into chunks. So at that stage, the top and the bottom were already done with the bright green.
Okay.
And then I went down the sides of each piece with the sagey colour. So now that tells me that is the front of the piece of fabric, because I can see the bright green and the sagey colour. If I turn it over, it's all sagey on the back. So I know which is the front, which is the back.
Oh, okay.
That's just a little bit of logic.
And do we need to know the top and the bottom?
It helps because some patterns have a very definite right way up.
Okay.
Not all of them. Not all of them. The one we're going to do now doesn't.
Okay.
But you seemed quite interested in that circle design. So I thought we could have a little go at doing that. And what I'm going to do, actually, I've just realised this is inches. Have we got one that is
centimetres?
Centimetres.
Yes, not a rotating.
Doesn't matter.
But we've got
just
the other
something
side.
with centimetres on would be fab.
It's whether I can get them out from under there, to be honest with you.
Actually, it doesn't really matter because I was going to use...
No, I'm there now. Sorry.
No. Oh.
There we go.
Oh, that's even easier.
Whatever you want, Susan, you've got.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just make a little bit of room there.
There we go. Yeah. Actually, it wouldn't have really mattered too much because I'm going to use a 5 centimetre circle template. It's just the templates I've got a metric. And I need to know that I'm in the middle. Oh, I am. Oh, yes, we can see it. Brilliant. Okie dokie. So there's my square. I know that it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. It's nicely lined up. And what I'm going to do is just draw a little grid on that. The thing I was about to say is, of course, 5 centimetres is almost exactly the same as 2 inches.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could have done it on the other one.
It's all right.
Never mind. Right, what I've got here is a Clover White marking pen. which is what I'm going to use to mark. This is actually my fave, and I know we haven't had them on the show today, but I know that you sell them on Sewing Street.
Yeah.
So I'll use this. This is fresh out of its wrapper, this one. And this is the UK packaging. Well, it's the international packaging with the yellow and green. And in Japan, they're packed in a different style. They're packed, that's actually the 2 refills, which you can't get over here apart from me, because I get them sent over from Japan especially. They don't actually sell those.
So how do you
for
mark
the
the
UK
fabric
market.
with the grid? Do you have to sort of like, is it like a 16 patch kind of thing? Is that the idea?
What I'm actually going to mark on this is just simply like 4 patch really, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. Very, very, very simple on this. So let me see, that's going to be my first one there. And that line should go white as it dries. Can you see it going white?
Yeah, they sort of develop, don't they?
The question is, can the camera see? That's the only difficulty. I know sometimes the camera doesn't quite see what we can see. There we go. And then I'll draw a line there. And I'm going to draw another line there. I picked the wrong size template. I actually needed the 4 centimetre one. Doesn't matter, I've got that with me. So what I was just saying then about, it's interchangeable, it's a load of nonsense. I picked completely the wrong template. And I'm just drawing the lines there and there, because I've actually drawn a 4 centimetre grid. It wasn't a 5 centimetre
You know,
grid.
when you cut your fabrics out for Sashiko, do you cut them larger than you need? Because I imagine there's a little bit of distortion where you're handling the fabric. Do you trim them down before you make them up?
I don't.
No.
My tension's pretty good, but I must admit with some of them, some that are very, very dense, they do have a tendency to pull the fabric in a little bit. So you could, for some of them, just look at it and see, well, is that a very, very dense pattern or not?
Because the denser patterns will pull in more.
They will. Well, it's like with quilting. They do exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
If you think, if you've ever done any hand quilting or machine quilting, the more you mark it, the denser the quilting, the more it pulls in. And what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to mark around that circle. I'm actually going to just twitch it around a little bit like that to make it fit inside the square. The pattern I'm drawing for you is the same one that was on that sampler that we looked at a moment ago, the creamy coloured one where it was the circles, and you were saying about stitching it diagonally.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to get you doing the same thing.
Okay, lovely.
The only difference is you haven't got any stitch length guides on here to help you.
Oh.
So you're going to have to
the pressure's on.
You're going to have to eyeball that a little bit, I'm afraid.
Oh, I can eyeball.
I'm sure you can. The other nice thing as well about doing the patterns with curves is you're sort of, but not quite, on the diagonal the whole time. What I like to call the diangular.
Okay.
In other words, not quite on the diagonal. And that means the fabric's got a little bit of ease, a little bit of stretch, and that actually does help you a bit. Just twitching that over like that. Because of course when you draw around something, you're actually putting a smidgen of extra onto it, aren't you?
You are.
Each
you
time.
are.
So
You're
sometimes
making it a tiny bit larger.
just moving it very slightly really helps. And by the way, the blue nail varnish is because I had my hair re-dyed last week, and every time I touch my hair to brush my hair, my nails are going blue.
Oh.
And it looked like I'd had my fingers in an indigo vat this morning.
Well, fair enough.
So I thought, put some blue nail polish on and they won't be able to tell.
Unless you tell us, Susan.
Well, I did. So that's the reason for it. There's no other logic for it at all. Pop that away. And there, it's a little template pack. That it's quite handy. So there you go. Oh, the camera can see it. Oh, I just saw it. The camera can see it very well. That is wonderful. Right. Now I think you should be using a rainbow thread.
I agree.
Do you want to use it doubled?
No.
No, single.
No, single.
You're going to use it
please.
single. Okay.
Use it single.
For you, would you find that a very long thread to use? You see, I will use it that long, but if you find that very long,
No,
we'll
I can
cut
use it
you
that
can use it
long.
that.
Yeah.
You could cut it in half. You're not actually going to need that much for it anyway.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. Actually, I'll start with that end because I just realised that it's not going to show as strongly against this blue. You're going to get that sort of now you see it, now you don't thing going on. All I'm doing here, by the way, is just tying just a little double knot. If I had a doubled thread, I would just tie a single one.
Yeah.
But that should be enough to stop
Okay.
it coming through.
Mm-hmm.
It will be enough. And then what you're going to do is start, and basically this is going to be stitching around it like that. And then back to wherever you started. And then the
Okay.
same thing with the other. If you're very clever, if we start here,
Yeah.
you'll be able to stitch around there,
Yeah.
all the way around there, and then you'll be able to
Go the other way.
stitch around there and go the other way.
Got you.
Yeah. You know that puzzle where people draw an envelope and they try
yeah.
and draw around it? That
The
tape?
cross. Yeah.
I can't do that. But it's the same logic. Or the same logic that you would use actually with machine quilting.
Yes.
Look at a pattern and think, how can I get round it with as few starts and stops as possible?
Exactly.
So the thing is, if we start there,
Mm-hmm.
that'd be pretty good. And then what you're going to do is you're going to pleat the fabric onto the tip of the needle. Like that. And you want your stitches to be about 1/8 of an inch long. That looks good. Or about 3
Well, it
millimeters.
would do. You're doing it.
No. I mean, that length looks good. I don't mean my
Yeah,
stitching
yeah.
looks good, but that length looks good. Okay.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, give it your best
While
shot.
you're just doing that, I'm just going to show another set of coasters because
Oh,
I'm
do, yeah,
conscious
because
we've got
we've got
some
the rest
more.
of those.
We do. We've got Sashiko Coaster Part 2. I've got DHYH92.
I think
Thank
you
you.
could get all the sets of those and make a really fantastic sampler quilt out
They
of
would
them.
be
Without
beautiful.
having to mark anything really.
Yeah.
It'd be great. You could use the extra piece of fabric that's there for the backing. You could use that to do pictorial designs as well.
Yeah, you could.
and
Or even
coordinate
put
the
little
whole thing.
sashings in between the blocks.
Yeah, you could do that.
So this one is 6 different designs. There they are on screen in the brick, 19.99. We've also got the same designs in grey. So you could mix and match the two together, or you could just pick a colour and then do parts 1, 2, 3 and 4, and you would
could,
have the
you
most
could.
fantastic sampler.
Yeah, it would look really lovely. I think the grey looks. To me, it's a taupe. That it's a
Yes.
warm grey, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's not,
it is warm.
It's not a cool grey, and it's not a neutral one either.
No, absolutely.
It's just got that lovely rustic kind of look, really.
Should we do
you know.
part 3 as well?
Go on.
And then I'm going to have a go at stitching.
You are.
So Sashiko Coaster part 3.
Yeah, Sashiko Coaster.
Sashiko.
Yeah.
I suddenly forgot how to say it.
It's a bit of a tongue
What
twister
does
at times.
Sashiko mean?
Means, well, it literally means little stab or little pierce. If you take the word apart,
Yeah.
you know, the kanji that's used, it's the same sat as in sashimi, you know, the raw fish.
Yep.
And that means, you know, stab, pierce, slice. And it describes doing the stitching, basically.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good to
And
know.
the coat is a diminutive, like Schen in German, you know, Liebchen or something like that. It works the same sort of way. It actually means child. So in the early days of auto-translate, you can imagine it used to produce some very strange things.
I bet it did.
Yeah.
So Ben, this is YT92. This is terracotta part 3. 6 more
It's
designs.
got some pictorial ones on this, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
Are you going to open it out? Because actually the
Yeah.
little picture on there only shows a tiny bit of each design. You don't really get to see how fantastic this one is.
Gorgeous.
That's beautiful.
It is lovely.
Yeah. So you've got some pieces, see, which are the hitomizashi, this type of design here, where you're doing lines going, actually, no, they're not. I tell a lie, they're not hitomizashi when I've looked at it. They're just very small patterns. But then you've also got some pictorial designs here as well. I think these are really nice.
They're lovely, aren't
yeah,
they?
they are gorgeous. I would say the colour's more of a tomato colour. I know you're saying brick.
Brick?
To me, it's like a tomatoey red. But it has got that kind of Scandi look if you put it with white
Yeah.
or cream, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very
Oh
nice.
yeah, yeah. I think depending on what you put with this, you could alter the look of the colour,
Yeah.
couldn't
And
you?
It's a linen cotton blend again, isn't it?
It is. It is. Absolutely gorgeous. Same designs, this time in grey. We'll put those details. This is ZN39.
I think the designs sort of show a little better to the camera when we see them on the red version as well. But when you actually look at it, when you see it in real life, it is very clear on that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Very easy to see.
Right, I'm going to have a little go at stitching now.
Okay, as you can see,
So-
I pleated lots and lots of stitches on the tip of the needle, and what I'm going to do now is basically pull the fabric off the back end of the needle, And then I'm just going to ease it out nicely. Doing that pleated thing helps to keep your stitches, I was about to say in a straight line. Well, obviously here we're in a curve, aren't we? But it stops them wobbling around too much, you know.
Gorgeous.
And just ease it out a little bit. Well, you're going to be doing the next bit.
Yes.
Now, so you want your stitches to be about 1/8 of an inch or 3 milli long, and you want to pleat the fabric on the tip of your needle, and the gap wants to be about half the length of the stitch.
Okay.
It doesn't want to be the same length.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's why as a quilter it might kind of get you a little bit.
Yes. So not the same size.
Not the same size.
On both.
No. Sashiko is not reversible. A lot of people think it is, but seriously it is not. And I've got a sample here I was going to show you. This was done by my Sashiko teacher, my first Sashiko teacher, Chie Ikeda. And, you know, she said to me, start and finish with a knot. Okay.
Which is anathema.
I know. There are other ways of starting and finishing. You can do it by stitching back on yourself.
Right.
So if you were going to do that, you would you'd start the stitching line about 1 inch away from the beginning, and you stitch back to the beginning of the line, and then you would stitch over the stitches that you've just done, and you need to leave a little tiny tail on the back as well, otherwise it tends to work its way out. But if you do that, of course, you end up with double the amount of thread in the first few stitches. And the other thing is, if you're using a shaded thread, you can...
Mine are a little bit bigger than yours, but they're
all right,
okay,
it's all right.
aren't
It's
they?
coming on, isn't
Yeah.
it? Just ease it out like that. Give it a good tug. Otherwise it starts to gather up a little bit, and you want to make sure, you know, you've done that, and now it's nice and flat, and your stitches are slightly sitting up a little bit as well.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
Going to keep
Yeah.
going.
So if you do that stitching back on yourself and you're using a rainbow coloured thread, and it's changing colours all the time, then you can find something like, you know, the first few stitches were yellow and the next few are green, and you can see the two different colours in the stitch.
Yeah, that's
so
ugly.
It doesn't really work, and it also means that the beginning of the line is very bulky. There's a lot more thread in the stitches
Yes.
right at the start of the line, so that's not so good. So anyway, Chio told me start and finish with a knot. But the other thing that they're now doing in User Sashiko Guild, and she's one of the teachers there, is they simply leave a tail of thread about 1 inch long on the back, no knot, and then they put a piece of iron-on interfacing over it afterwards, which is very not traditional.
Right.
But they're doing a lot of stitching now to put onto things like the sides of handbags, and they reckon that it makes sure then that the stitches can't get pulled. Well, as an experiment, I've made bags that I've used as handbags and stuff, where I haven't put that on the back, and it still doesn't get pulled. But it obviously gives it a little bit more body, yeah. Don't scrape it with your fingernails.
No.
when you're easing
Getting
it
told
out,
off now.
no, sorry, yeah, don't avoid doing that. What you need to do is just get it like that and just ease it along like that.
Yeah.
But it's coming along nicely.
Yeah.
So
It's not bad as the first attempt.
I will give that to you, and you can finish that for
Oh,
next
lovely,
time.
thank you.
Oh, we've got
Will
some
do.
more of these.
Yes, we've got
Fab,
poster
fab,
part
fab.
4. So in the terracotta now, this
what's
has
on
got a
this?
kitten, it's got rabbits.
Oh, this is the cute one.
It is very cute. It's very cute. We'll show you that on screen. It is WJ14. There it is, 1999. It's
Oh, there it
called Sashiko and Hitomi Sashi brick colour
Hitomi
animals.
Sashi, yes.
Hitomi Sashi.
Oh, that's really cute, because they're almost done like little camel crests in the middle, aren't they?
Cute,
In
aren't
a
they?
circle.
Yeah, really
Those
nice.
are gorgeous.
Very nice.
I think if you're arranging those, you know, and putting it all together as a little sampler with some of the others,
Yeah.
then you'd make sure you put those in very specific places, because they've got that sort of circular focus to them.
Yes, yes.
They
And then
are
here's the
very
panel
nice.
in grey. This
That's-
is
oops. We just stopped a bit.
SOH53. Oh, very cute. Lovely. Love how they're
It
set
is.
out.
That's really
so you can see there's
gorgeous.
like a circular design in the centre with your animal, and then a pretty pattern in the background.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Really nice.
Fab. Fab. Love those. Really nice sort of
That's a little bit with it.
Oh, and then of course you get your backing as well, yeah. Mustn't forget you do get your backings. So you could finish those, I guess, with like a knife edge finish, couldn't you?
You could.
So
And that
this is
whole
your
idea, see, of
sampler.
doing pieces in squares, this is a sampler that was done. Actually, should we hold it up for a moment?
Yeah.
Would that be a good idea?
Yeah.
Like that. This was one that was done by
Gorgeous.
my Sashiko teacher, you see, Chie Ikeda. Actually, I've got it upside down, I just realised, because they're little moths and they're flying the wrong way up. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
Let's hold it the right way up. There we go. It's a little moth design. These are all traditional Yuza Sashiko patterns. And like I was saying, we're going to get them over next year, both for the National Quilting Championships at Sandown Park, which is towards the end of June. If you check on the Grosvenor website, it'll have it on there, the Grosvenor Show's website. And we're also going to do that Sashiko Fest as well at King's Sutton.
Gorgeous.
Which should be a bit of fun. And you're probably wondering, what am I doing down this neck of the woods as well at the moment? Because we're down here.
I wanted to see the back of this, because you were saying
you
about
must show
the back.
Have a look at the back, and we'll lay it down on there so we can see it from the overhead a bit as well.
Yeah.
Oh, we've zoomed in. That's brilliant. But you can see what it looks like on the back. And with a lot of these patterns, there's long float threads on the back, and of course that meant it kept you warmer when it was on clothing. You know, it's like the float threads on the back of Fair Isle.
Yes, exactly. That's the point of them, isn't it?
Just like that.
Extra thickness.
Yeah. I mean, what's brought me down here is we've got World Textile Day market on Saturday at Chipping Norton in the town hall, and it's all the people who do the World Textile Days around the UK.
Yes.
The reason we're calling that one a market is we haven't got any workshops. Well, workshops. We haven't got any lectures, and we haven't got an exhibition, simply because we haven't got room in that venue to do it. But it's a lovely venue. It's right bang in the middle of Chipping Norton. It's like a sort of Georgian town hall, really, really gorgeous. So we're going to be there. And I am actually out and about quite a bit over the next month, because the following Sunday, the 17th, I'm at Quilt Fest North in Chorley, well, just outside of Chorley, Astley Hall it is. And the weekend after that, I'm doing a Quilters Guild regional day for Region 16.
Loads of good stuff.
As a trader.
Do you know when you're back on Sewing Street?
No. Well, actually, that'll be after my next trip to Japan, because we're doing Great Northern Quilt Show at the end of the month.
Oh, lovely.
Then we're doing another World Textile Day, the first Saturday in October at Salford near Bristol. And then I'm heading off to Japan for 3.5 weeks.
Ooh.
It'll be after that I come back on here.
What you going to do there?
All sorts. We're going all over the place, actually. It's my husband's 60th birthday.
Never.
I know. It wasn't actually sort of designed as his 60th birthday trip. And it, obviously I realised it was while we were there. And he was just saying last week something about, what should we do for my 60th birthday? And I said, well, actually, I think you're going to be going up Mount Hiei in a cable car just outside of Kyoto. We're going to see something called the Festival of the Ages in Kyoto, which is on the 22nd of October every year. And it's this incredible procession where they go, I forget the name of the temple, but they end up at the old Imperial Palace, and they sort of take you back in time, and it's characters from Japanese history. They start off in the Edo period, the early 19th century, and they go backwards in time. And they're all dressed in costumes of the era, and it's absolutely fantastic. Ooh. Normally, to view it, you've got to stand there at the side of the road, and it takes at least 2 hours to pass by. And I know what happens when I go to things like that, because I'm so short I can't see anything, even in Japan. So I got a friend of mine, a really lovely friend who works at Clover, which is absolutely marvellous, Yasuko. And she got onto the website the minute it opened with the tickets for the stands, and she has got us 2 front row tickets for the Imperial Palace.
Oh, how fantastic.
So, wow. So that in a way is sort of my husband's birthday treat. And but we're travelling all over the place. We're going to lots of textile places. We're going to visit various different people that we know. We're going to go and see my friends in Yuza, of course, discuss the ins and outs of their next trip over here with Yuza Sashiko Guild.
Sounds fab.
Yeah, and we're also going to go to a few onsen as well and enjoy the hot springs.
Oh, yummy.
And probably buy some nice things.
Sounds fab. Thank you so much, Susan, for
you're welcome.
A great morning.
You're doing well with this.
I'm getting on all right.
You're doing very well.
I'm getting there. It's getting even.
Yes.
I shall finish that off in the break. We're going to break now. For our last hour, we have got Kits You'll Love and maybe a little deal as well. So stick around and I'll see you after this.
Bye.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Let's start with a bit of Kaffe. We've got a gorgeous bit of Kaffe Facet. It's the blue Suzanne quilt kit. Now, I think if you love colour, pattern, but maybe you're not that into print and pattern, this is a perfect quilt for you. Blue Suzanne is from Kaffe Facet's Timeless Themes book, and this is the fabric kit, and you'll need the book with it. Now let's start with the price. Should be £259.99, but we are going to crash that price. Ben, work your magic. Here we go. Fantastic. £189.99. Now this is really big. It's 183 centimetres square. It's a great big, and it's a gorgeous quilt. It even made the front cover of the book. It is absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to grab it and I'll show you the real thing. Really beautiful quilt this. Now it's made using shot cottons and woven stripes, and there's also some polka dots. So let me just open it out a little bit so you can see a bit of it. Really so sumptuous and beautiful. Look at that. It is absolutely joyous. Should we hold it up, Kat? Here we go. You take that side and I'm going to get up onto my little step. Do not fall, Stuart. Do not fall. There we go. Oh, look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. Come on, Ben, hop onto the cameras. See if you can remember how to use them.
I'm not sure I can.
Not sure if he can. Here we go. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got that lovely woven stripe in the border and the binding. You've got polka dots in your pieced background, just simple big squares pieced together. And then you've got these big circles that show off those fabulous shot cottons and also snowball blocks around the outside edges that create a sort of pieced border as well. Now the pattern is in the book of Kaffe Facet's Timeless Themes. But let's have a look at the fabric that you get in the kit. Let's get it open. Wow, this is an absolutely stunning bundle of fabrics here. Absolutely beautiful. Now the shot cottons, they have different colour warp and weft, which creates this wonderful multi-tonal looking fabric. So for example, this one here is pink warp, blue weft, woven together creates this fabulous lilac, gorgeous jade green, the purple, that turquoise is incredible. These are such beautiful fabrics, aren't they? You've got your woven stripe as well. One of them is for the border, this one's for the binding. There's your border, and then your background piecing is done using these two polka dots, and that just creates this lovely bit of interest in the background of the quilt. So essentially you're going to make your little snowball blocks. They're just stitch and flip units. You're going to piece your squares together for the background to the circles, and then you're going to cut out your big circles and baste them in place over the top, and then you'll use a stripe to create wide biased binding, which you'll then stitch almost like you're sewing a binding round an edge that you then just slip stitch to the front. It is absolutely gorgeous. Now let me just show you where that quilt is in the book. So here's the book. Now I really do think that this is a fabulous book for anybody who loves Kaffe's quilts, or indeed quilts in general. There's so much inspiration, and it's really interesting as well to read about Kaffe's inspirations and how he uses those timeless themes, florals, stripes, circles, in his designs. Let me grab the book. Here it is. And so you see in the first part of the book, he talks about these different inspiring themes. And there's loads of wonderful photography. And then towards the back of the book, you've got 23 different quilt patterns. And Blue Suzanne is one of them. I'm going to find it. Here it is. There it is. Blue Suzanne. They use a slightly different background print for the one in the book, but everything else is exactly the same in your kit. It's a polka dot in the background. But you've got your full instructions there for how to put the whole thing together. It's a nice, easy quilt. Nice, easy quilt. Gorgeous. That's Blue Suzanne. Massive saving there you're making. Now the next one that we're going to do is called Vintage Stars, and that's actually hung in the centre of, thank you Kat, in the centre of the studio. So this has got a really gorgeous autumnal vibe to it, I think. This is from Kate's new book, Quilts by the Sea. Now it's already a great price, $189.99, but we're going to make it a little better, I think, aren't we? Oh, have I spoken too soon? Split pay, fantastic. 5 split pays. That makes it very affordable. Oh, the price is dropping, $159.99, thank you. And you still get 5 split pays, which means that your individual split pays, well, we'll have a little look what they're going to be. $31.99, amazing. That's amazing. So let's have a little look at the quilt, shall we? Walk this way. So here's the quilt, and you can see it's a really good size quilt, isn't it? Be fabulous on top of a bed or thrown over the back of a sofa. Now what you've got is a fabulous star block that has a square on point in the centre. You've got your flying geese around the outside, and then just as a variation, rather than a plain triangle here for the sky, you've got a square on point and 2 smaller triangles, which just creates even more opportunities for fabric, for complexity, looking, without being difficult at all to piece. Absolutely beautiful. And then you've got those 20 blocks set in 5 rows of 4. And then you've got a simple border around the outside edge in this fabulous, well, goodness me, are they cookies, are they flowers, are they sea anemones? I think they're probably sea anemones, aren't they? But just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now let's go and have a little look. It's absolutely flying out. It's an amazing price, and I think as well, $31.99 for your split pay? I mean, that's fantastic, isn't it, to get this home? Now you are going to need Kate's book, Quilts by the Sea, for the pattern. It's not included in the kit. Let me just show you the fabric that you get first of all. So you get all of the fabrics to reproduce the Vintage Stars quilt exactly as it's shown. And there's lots and lots of different fabrics in this quilt. It would be, I'm going to say it, a bit of a nightmare to try and find all those fabrics if you wanted to go around and source them all, but you don't have to, because they're all in your kit. Every single one of them is in your kit. Beautiful, isn't it? And this is just right for this time of year. It's really autumny, isn't it? The colours, beautiful. Little bit of polka dot. I mean, the weather is going to start chilling down now, isn't it? Let's be honest. This is unseasonable weather. I'm definitely ready for autumn. Yeah, I'm ready to wear a sweater to work. I actively want to wear a sweater to work, so, or a tank top. And there's your border fabric. I mean, it's absolutely magnificent, isn't it? I don't like dark mornings at this time of year, I will be honest, but I do love autumn. I do love autumn. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, let me just mention the book. Quilts by the Sea. It's Kate's Newie. It launched at Festival of Quilts. Now, we've got two different options for buying this book. No. Oh, we only have the signed. Oh, because I've got two books out, you see, that was why I asked. Okay, right, so, I've only got the signed. I've got the signed copies. Okay, right, that's fine. No. Okay. What do I know? Right, signed books. We'll give you the details. Quilts by the Sea, this is a signed copy. $29.99. $29.99 and it's signed, but we've also got unsigned copies if you would prefer an unsigned copy. Now you'll actually save yourself £5 by going for an unsigned copy, so it's, yeah, there you go, up to you, up to you. You know, if Cave can sell his signature for £5, I'm going to start doing that. Could be a little sideline, couldn't it? I don't charge for signatures. Would you buy my signature for £5? See me after the show, Ben. See me after the show. Thank you. Now, next up, I've got New Green, and it's a Willie Moe, and we love our Willie Moe here at Sewing Street, don't we? We absolutely love our Willie Moe. Let me just move. I tell you what you'll love, the price. $219.99 with 3 split pays. Watch this. Watch this. Oh my goodness, that is a drop. $159.99. Now, I'm rather twinning with the quilt, aren't I? It's like I knew. What a beautiful quilt. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? Beautiful. I love that strip pieced sashing that has the deep terracotta through the centre and then that soft mossy green either side. It's gentle, it's elegant, beautiful, beautiful quilt, and an easy quilt to make. Can I say, an easy quilt. You get the pattern included in your kit. You do not have to pay a penny extra. It's $159.99 for all the fabric and the pattern, all complete. Now, size-wise, this is a really good throw size or lap quilt. It's 130 centimetres wide by 165 centimetres. Ben, will you just do me a little conversion on that? 130 by 165, please. Thank you. I'm old school. I do like to know in inches. But let's open up the box and see what we get. It's perfect, isn't it, for autumn? Absolutely perfect. Now, you've got a little bit of curved piecing in there as well. Did you notice? Some of the blocks have a little bit of curved piecing. Let me show you. So you've got your really simple blocks here. So you've got your 4 squares and you've got simple sashing, rectangles and a square in the centre. So here's your nice simple block right here. So I would start, I think you start with this block. I would start with this block, and I'm not a beginner quilter, but I still think it's nice to ease yourself in gently with any quilt. So I would do that. Now, some people like to start with the harder blocks, don't they? You know, the blocks that are a little bit more challenging. However you want to do it your way. But this is the second block right here. And what you've got here is, rather than just simple rectangles, it's strip piece, so that you've got narrow, wide, narrow. So easy to make, strip piece, little square in the centre, that's the same. And then here in the corners, instead of a single square, it's actually a drunkard's path unit. So you've got a curved seam here. Now, I'm just going to make a suggestion. If you're thinking, oh, hang on, just a minute. Stuart's just said the one thing I don't like, which is curved piecing. Okay, drop it. Don't do the curved piecing. Do a half square triangle. I mean, really, look back at the quilt. If that was a half square triangle instead of a drunkard's path, would you notice? Would you even see it? I mean, unless you literally stood there with the pattern and said, wait a minute, you've swapped that for a... I mean, if you want to do curved piecing, absolutely, it looks gorgeous. But if you don't want to do the curved piecing and that would put you off, just do half square triangles. And you know how to do those. There's always a solution, isn't there? You know, if you want to change a pattern, I mean, Susan said it herself this morning. She loves to hack a kit. She loves to change how a kit's supposed to be used. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in doing that. There's an awful lot right with doing that. Now, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look at the fabrics, because they are delicious. Delicious. And if you're ready for sweater weather, then you're going to love this, because it's autumn in a quilt, isn't it? Sweater weather. Pumpkin spice. Actually, I'm going to be honest, I've never tried pumpkin spiced latte, and I don't think I'm ready to. Some people are all about the pumpkin spice, aren't they? What I do though, is I do have like the cinnamon candles and the spiced apple candles and all of that. I do love that at this time of year. And look at those gorgeous solids that go with. I mean, they are just stunning, aren't they? It's a stunning, stunning quilt. Ben, did you find out those inches for me? 51.8 inches by 64.9. That is so precise. That's fabulous. I tell you, you want to put on your CV, can use a calculator. Yeah, that's absolute. Isn't it splendid? Love that. Loads of these, got it in your basket. Loads of you have it in your basket. We don't have that many. We've got low double figures. I'd like to make this quilt. Yeah, I bet you would, Ben. I bet you'd like this to go walkabouts into your house, wouldn't you? Yeah, it is lovely. You know, I'd enjoy making it as well. It's a lovely pattern. I think I might do the hack and do half square triangles instead of curved piecing. But that's just me. More in baskets than we have. It's lovely, isn't it? It's fresh. I mean, it's autumny, but it's fresh. It's not heavy and dark. I like heavy and dark. Believe me, I love those cosy, rich colours. You know that. But I also like, this is a fresh take on autumn. And I think that bit of golden yellow and the fresh greens as well, it just gives that little hint of spring, doesn't it, as well? Really, really classy. Lovely border. Gorgeous. Right, best of luck with that. You will need to check out your baskets because it's very, very limited now. Now, what should we do next, Ben? It is Pastel Fiesta from Cave. Pastel Fiesta, thank you. Kathy Fawcett. A lady once said that at a show. Said they were having a talk by Kathy Fawcett. And I thought, who is that? My own particular favourite though, and this was a story that came direct from Kaif and Brandon. Kaif was doing Radio 4 and he was talking about his new book, which at the time was something like Glorious Knitting, so it's a while ago, in the 80s. And the announcer said, and after the news, we'll be talking all things knitting with Yasser Arafat. which everyone here is saying, who? That's because they're all about 17. Yasser Arafat, he was a political leader, wasn't he, of maybe Beirut, I think he was the Prime Minister or President of Beirut, something like that. Anyway, not Kayf Fassett, Yasser Arafat. So that Palestine, was it? Yeah, former President of Palestine. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, Yasser Arafat, which is quite a giggle. Right, let's have a little look at this quilt because it's gorgeous and it's something completely different. Now, this is a big quilt, a really big quilt. And isn't it glorious? Now, the colours are sublime. Pastel, pretty. It's really sort of vivacious, isn't it? And not difficult to piece. Can you see you've got these 8 big rectangles? That is your block. And essentially what you're going to do is strip piece or almost string piece. Now, I don't know if it's on a foundation. I'll have a look and I'll tell you in a sec. But that's what I would do anyway. String pieced, stitch and flip onto a foundation. 8 of those sewn together and a simple board around the edge. It's got so much energy and vibrancy to it, hasn't it? And I think as well, gives a bit of a different look to Kayf Fassett fabrics because it's much lighter, much fresher, and a bit more sort of girly, a bit more feminine than a lot of his quilts are. So yeah, it's a fun one. It's a fun one. You're seeing Morocco, Ben. Ben's seeing Morocco. Go on. I'm seeing a price crash. Should be $299.99. It's a big quilt. It is 231 centimetres by 180, £50 off, 249.99. Now there is a lot of fabric in there. 231 by 180, Ben. Let's have a little look. I'm going to grab the book because you do need the book, Quilts by the Sea. You don't need the signed book, you can use the unsigned book. They both have the pattern. The signature is up to you. Here we go. Let's have a little look. Non-fusible interfacing, lightweight non-fusible interfacing. So you do, look, there we go. So there it is. So you cut out a big rectangle of interfacing and then you stitch and flip your strips to it. So very, very easy. What's the size of the quilt, Ben? 90.94, 70.86. So basically 90 by 70 or thereabouts. So really good size quilt for a double or a queen. A good size quilt for a queen. Gorgeous. I love it. Yes. Right, let's have a look at the fabrics because there's loads in the... Oh! That was a workout. That was, I think I've hurt my back. I probably need a cake to cheer myself up. There we go. Right, let's, Cake Fassett. I want to do that now on Kayf's birthday. I think because we always celebrate Kayf's birthday and we should do Cake Fassett, shouldn't we? Who's voting for that? I vote for Cake. Yeah. Kat's in, Bruce is in, Ben's in. Ben thought of it. We'll eat Kayf Fassett jelly rolls on Cake Fassett Day. Love it. Right, look at all these lovely, lovely fabrics. Soft, pastel-y. There's some shot cottons. There's woven stripes. There's florals, polka dots, abstracts. I mean, everything that cake stands for. I couldn't resist. I do apologise. Oh, absolutely yummy. Absolutely yummy. You know, yesterday we had the Brother FS250 on the show. And do you remember yesterday, everyone at home, we did a fab price. Stick around. Stick around. Oh, yummy. Absolutely yummy. Look at all that. It's like beach huts, isn't it? It's like beach huts where they're sort of a bit sun bleached almost. The colours have been faded by the sun. Still beautiful ice cream colours. But it's such a carnival of colour. Absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Beautiful, beautiful palette. And I do love the touches of brightness. Do you see when they're all laid out like that? You see those little touches of brightness? Here and here, and a little richer, darker colour. But together they just make this amazing ice cream shop of a quilt. Lots and lots of these in baskets. Split pays, by the way. Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself a cake. Fiesta, Fiesta. It's the Pastel Fiesta Quilt Kit. £83.33. £83.33. That's all you need to pay. You don't have to pay the full amount. Now, yesterday, Hannah was producing. Today, Ben is producing, and Ben is known in these ear parts as the Deal Fairy. He's small and willowy, and he flits from tree to tree, bringing deals with him as he goes. And he was not to be outdone by Hannah, who also considers herself to be something of a deal fairy, because normally, right, so this is the deal. Normally on the Brother website, the FS250 is £799, and we're very proud of the fact here at Sewing Street that we undercut Brother by £400. We sell this half price, and hundreds of you thousands of you know how wonderful the Brother FS250 is. But yesterday, Kate, here it is, look, there you go, £799, that's their deal. That does include VAT, hurrah. I'd hate to think I had to pay any more on top. But here, £399, but Hannah stepped in yesterday with her size 5s and said, I'm going to take an extra £20 off. So there, Ben, not to be outdone, is doing this. He's doing the same. Another £20 off. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. £379. Now, what a fantastic opportunity. You might have been watching yesterday and, at the strike of midnight, had that sort of regret that you didn't get your Brother FS250 when you could have saved yourself an extra £20. Well, just for you, and just until midnight tonight, and that really will be it, £379. Now, your Brother FS250 has, as the name suggests, 250 different stitches. So that's all of your utility stitches. So you can sew everything from quilt weight cotton, organza, satin silk, lightweight voile. I'm just making words up now. I always think it sounds like a Brummie saying voile. And also things like tweed, faux leather, real leather, furnishing fabrics, also stuff like jersey, knitted fabrics, lycra, spandex, Lovely. Any of those fabrics you can sew. Okay, it's got all the different stitches for sewing those. It's also got 8 different buttonholes. You can sew buttons on with your FS250. You've got loads and loads of heirloom and decorative stitches, loads of different satin stitches. You've got patchwork and quilting stitches. So you've got a mock quilting stitch. You've got blanket stitches. You've got 1/4 inch seam allowance stitch. Automatic on your machine. You don't have to change the foot. I mean, you do get a 1/4 inch foot, but I never use it because you've got the stitch on your machine. And then you've got 3 full alphabets. They are right up here. So of course, when you've got letters, you've got words, you can write quilt labels, name tapes, you can personalize things. You've got a block capital, you've got a cursive capital, and you've got outline capitals. And look down here, you've got all the numbers, you've got European accented letters, you've got punctuation as well. So if you want to put your website, you know, handmade by Cheryl, and your website, you can do that. You can put those labels into your bags, your quilts, your baby clothes, whatever you do. It's just a brilliant, brilliant machine. Now, also included, you get an extension table. You get a hard cover for the machine. This is virtually unheard of these days. I mean, back in the day, all sewing machines had a hard case. But I mean, nowadays, it's very rare. But £379 with a proper hard case. So if you want to take this to workshops and classes, if you have to leave your sewing machine in the hallway or in the living room, you know, and who doesn't, your machine's protected. You also get tons and tons of different feet with your machine. Now here on the front of your machine is your accessory box, and inside there you've got lots of feet. These are the basic utility feet that come with the machine. So things like your zigzag foot, your monogramming, your blind hem, your zipper foot, your overlocking foot or overedge stitching foot, your buttonhole foot and your button sewing foot. Also your seam ripper. Okay, but then, and while we're here, free arm, okay. Drop or raise your feed dogs. So that's all here as well. Yeah, free arm for doing your trousers, making bags, things like that. Here's how you drop your feed dogs. Okay. But then, now I remember, let me tell you, this machine, you get 7 more dressmaking feet included. And I remember it was a few years ago, it was a little bit of a collaboration with another sewing friend of mine and brother who put together this extra package of feet with this machine as a bit of a special promotion, and it's never gone away. And I'm sure originally it was only meant to be done for a little period of time, but brother is still bundling these 7 extra feet. So I always like to say, I really do believe you're getting these 7 extra dressmaking feet for no extra money. You get a gathering foot, a bias binding attaching foot, a non-stick or Teflon foot. How many times do we mention non-stick feet? All the time. It's an extra £20. You've got that. You know, you think of these 7 feet as being about £15 to £20 each. You get 7 extra for nothing. That's 140 quid's worth, I think. A narrow hemmer for doing rolled narrow hems. You get 5 groove pin up foot. You get an adjustable zipper and piping foot. So that's not the same as your regular zipper foot. This one has like a screw on it and a slider, and you can move the foot over so that you can do invisible zips, you can do really narrow piping or wide piping on things. Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. You get those included for nothing. Now, you might want to consider adding in 2 more feet while you're at it. One of them is the darning foot that doesn't come included. So that's for your free motion quilting if you want to have a go at that. Now, remember, you're saving £420 on the Brother website price, £420. But even from us, you're saving an extra £20 today. Your darning foot is £17 and change. So if you added in your £17.49, yeah. So if you added in the darning foot, you've still got £2.51 to get yourself a cake and a little something else as a treat. Have we got the darning foot? Yeah. Sorry, we'll put the darning. Now we don't have the walking foot at the moment, but we'll get more in, and they're £49.99. But you know, it's a little add-on. But to be honest, I don't think you'll ever want another foot, because with that adjustable zipper and piping foot, you can do invisible zips really well. So here's the brother. They call it the brother quilting foot. It's the free motion darning foot or hopping foot. £17.49. Really good price. I remember I bought a new darning foot for my brother's sewing machine. Now this was before I met Charlie, so it's 20 plus years, probably 25 years ago. And I remember I paid $19.99 more than 25 years ago. So the relative cost of these things has really come down. I mean, sometimes it actually has come down. That is cheaper than I paid for. But, you know, I paid £550 for my first brother computerised sewing machine. £550. And it did not have 250 stitches on, believe me. It wasn't absolute entry level, but it was not all whistles and all bells, you know. It was a good computerized machine. It had needle up, needle down, you know. It didn't come with an extension table. It certainly didn't come with a hard case. I mean, it is phenomenal value. And this is not an obscure sewing machine brand that you've never heard of. This is Brother. We've all heard of Brother. By your side, not just for sewing machine. I mean, they've sold, I think in something like 2017, they'd sold more than 50 million sewing machines just for domestic use. Up to that, yeah, computerized sewing machines. They'd sold more than 50 million. But I mean, incredible history of making amazing technology for home use. I mean, I had a Brother electric typewriter. Lots of us have got Brother scanning cuts. I've just taken delivery of the Megadon, which is its new nickname, which is a combined embroidery and sewing machine from Brother. I mean, their technology is incredible, but I'm very proud to say I'm a technophobe. I don't do hard computer stuff. I don't do hard technology, and Brother is not hard technology at all. And I know we often say these things, and I don't want you to think I'm being disingenuous, but honestly, if I can do it, you can do it. Because I shy away from resetting the timer on the cooker at home. Yeah, that's how technophobe I am. But it's funny, well, it's not funny, it's all inbuilt. They're so intuitive and easy to use. A simple touch screen, up and down, left and right. I mean, it really is simplicity itself. Beautiful results that will really help to elevate your sewing. Don't let a simple sewing machine hold you back. You know, one of the most asked questions ever for me personally is what sewing machine should I buy? I get asked for that advice, and I feel very honoured that anybody wants to know my opinion on that. But really, my number one piece of advice is don't go too simple. It's easy at the start of your sewing journey to think, well, I don't know what I want it for, so I'll get one that just has 7 stitches on. And that's what I did. My very first sewing machine was a Toyota manual sewing machine, and I think it had, there you go, and it had 7 stitches on it. And of course, within, I think, less than 3 months, I had completely outgrown it, and I had to, you know, grind my teeth and persevere with it for another year, 18 months before I could justify buying the machine I really wanted, which I now knew what I wanted, which was the Brother computerized machine, which was about £550. But you know, I made that mistake. You don't need to. We don't need to. And believe me, this is a long time ago. There was no thoughts in my head about being a professional sewer. I did not think that I would need it because it was going to be my full-time job, even as just a home sewer who was having a ball and really enjoying making quilts and a bit of clothing and some home deck and things like that. I outgrew that simple machine within a matter of weeks. I did not outgrow the brother. I had the brother for years, and in fact I didn't get rid of it for years after that. I just got another machine. Yeah, I kept the brother for years and years. In fact, I probably still got it. Love that. Okay, should we do a few more quilt? Can we do, shall we? Shall we? This is Dusky Ribbons. This is Dusky Ribbons. Now this is from Cave's brand new book, Quilts by the Sea as well. I'm going to move a few things out of the way so that we can get a look. This is a really, really stunning design. It's a clever design. It's a daft price, I'll tell you that. $259.99. Wait till you see this. Hello. Is that a £40 saving? Yes, please. Yes, please. And split pays? Hello, hello. About £70. Very nice. 73.33 is your split pay. Really nice. Gorgeous. Love, love, love this centre unit. I just think that's a stunning idea. And then this beautiful slatey grey Aboriginal dot print that Cave's used to surround the whole thing. And this amazing, almost rick-rack, these ribbons, woven ribbons, working around that central design. It's just really clever. Really, really clever. Fabulous. If you're one of my purple girls or boys, every guild I've ever gone to has got at least one person in the guild who is their purple girl or boy. Just loves purple. I don't know what it is, but Val is our purple girl. Excuse me, at my guild, and I just think that's stunning. If you love purple. Even though there's blues in there, there's greens in there, you know, Cave can never just do one colour, and why should he? You know, but that just goes to show, doesn't it? Massive quilt, that as well. Really big. It is 203 centimetres square. It's got to be about 87 inches square, something 85. Oh, 79.9, so about 80 inches square. 80 inches square, brilliant size. Now you do need the book, Quilts by the Sea, and there's the pattern for Dusky Ribbons. There's the book. It almost reminds me of a granny square blanket when you see it from a distance. Do you know what I mean? $24.99 for the unsigned Quilts by the Sea. Oh, it's Lorna Doone. Lorna Doone. I don't know why I had to do a Scottish accent there. I think it's because I think of Brigadoon. Is that what it was? Thank you, Bruce. Lorna Doone. Brigadoon, Brigadoon, rolling under sable skies. Brigadoon. I'm going to stop right there. Put that remote control down. £209.99. Oh, I'd love a crash. Yes, please. £189.99. Come over here. Let me show you the quilt. At £189. Luscious. And again, like the Pastel Fiesta, this is soft, this is pretty, this is feminine, this is gentle, isn't it? And so pretty. I love the combination of aquas with pinks. It's a classic sort of shabby chic colour combination, and you've got those wonderful botanicals in there, but all is not as it seems, because those beautiful roses aren't roses at all. They're cabbages. They are cabbages. Good old Philip Jacobs has worked his magic and turned beautiful cabbages into these almost rose-like designs. Just love them. Actually, in the book, I think, no, it's on Philip Jacobs' website, I think, or on his Instagram page. There's actually a little post about how he designed this fabric and put it all together. Anyway, love it. Love it, love it, love it. You've got some polka dots in there. You've got lots of lovely florals. Easy to piece. Delphine Brooks did a demonstration of this. And I'll tell you when. We did it together, in fact, the show. I'm going to say 9th of August. I'm going to say 9th of August. Yeah, it was. It was really just a few weeks ago. So 9th of August. And it is lovely. Really pretty. Great on a double bed. Great on a double bed. If you want to freshen up a guest room, your bedroom, I just think that's absolutely stunning. Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? I've got yeah, low double figures, that's all I've got. Low double figures and lots in baskets. This is the title of the show. I'm getting serious now. The title of the show is Miss It, Miss Out. And as the kids would say, nobody wants FOMO. You know what that means? Fear of missing out. It's real. It's real. Fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out on something wonderful. So, as I say, you do need the book, Quilts by the Sea, and you've got the fabric kit, which is this one right here, for £189.99. If you've already got the book, Quilts by the Sea, then obviously you don't need to buy it again. Or if you've bought it for example, Dusky Ribbons, you only need one copy, don't you? All the patterns are in there. Now, talking of patterns in Quilts by the Sea, what about this one hanging behind me? This is Little Jars. Little Jars. Let me move my chair out the way. Little Jars. And for me, these are almost like little perfume jars. And like, if you ever see, I love ancient Egypt and all the sort of archaeology, and the little jars, ceramic jars and glass jars that held perfumes and unguents and lotions and cosmetics that were found in lots of the tombs. They remind me of those. But that's just me. And then in the background, this almost sort of Moroccan or North African sort of window. Do you know what I mean? It's lush. Or this might make you think of a Paris perfumery. We're not staying at £209.99. The price is crashing. Do us a good one. Ooh, lovely. £169.99. All of your fabric for the front of the quilt and the binding. £33.99 on split pay. 5-way split pay. £33.99. Fabulous. Absolutely fab. You need the book. You need the book. Quilts by the Sea. And this is your fabric pack. Ellen's got in touch to say, I'm a purple girl too. I love it. I love it. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love this. And such an eclectic mix of fabrics. And again, I'm going to say it, be a bit of a nightmare to try and source all those fabrics yourself. But if you want to reproduce that quilt exactly, and this is the one that was hanging at Festival of Quilts. We got it straight from Festival of Quilts, and we've hung on to it. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to hang on to it. But lovely, Absolutely gorgeous. Probably when Kaif realises that we've still got it, yeah, he'll ask for it back. And rightly so. Rightly so. Oh, a message. Yes, please. Hello, lovely lad. Oh, that's a lovely start, Gillian. Thank you. Never touched a sewing machine in my life. I would love to learn to sew, but I'm 70. My darling, that's 18 years older than me. I'm going to be sewing in 18 years. You get your sewing machine. Do you think I'd stand a chance? Yes, I do. Gillian, you're a whippersnapper. You're an absolute whippersnapper. Of course you stand a chance. Here's the thing. You probably have sewn in the past, I'm imagining. Most of us have, even if it's back at school. Do you know what? I think with the technology that's in sewing machines now, it's never been easier to sew and easier to get a great result. You know, I think back in the day, you had to be quite an expert in order to use the tools and the patterns. If you look at old vintage sewing patterns, there's often very little explanation and real instruction in them because everyone had the knowledge. You don't need that now, Gillian. You do not need that now. This is a great time to sew. I don't think there's ever been a better time. There's never been a better time for dressmaking fabrics. There's never been a better time for quilting fabrics and books, inspiration. I mean, 70 years ago, they did not have Sewing Street. So we're here for you, Gillian. Go for it. You know, just a couple of days ago, it was World Day Against Prevarication. You know, that putting something off until tomorrow. Seize the day, my lovely. Seize the day. Carpe diem, as they say. Mange tout, mange tout. Right. That's my rallying cry. But honestly, it's never too late. Shall we do? Yeah, now that is a gorgeous cake. I did the show, actually. I was the guest for it. Let me move across. It's something red. Flowering sunshine. Flowers and sunshine. Flowers and sunshine. Got 5 left. I've only got 5 left. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And you're going to love the price. We'll do the price straight away. Should be £249.99. Wait till you see this. And this is full kit with pattern included. Biggest drop of the hour. Do it for me, Ben. Oh my goodness, that's what I like. £169.99. Now you get all of the fabric for the whole quilt. Okay, all the front, the sashing, the borders, the binding, and the pattern included in your kit. So you don't have to buy a separate pattern or book for this one. Everything's included. 157 centimetres by 201 centimetres. A big quilt, big single size bed quilt, or it would go lovely on the top of a double. Excuse me. Lots of familiar piecing in this. So centre is a big square with snowballed corners, stitch and flip corners, easy. This unit here, quarter square triangles, nice and easy. This unit here is just triangles sewn together, excuse me, but there's a clever little trimming trick in the pattern for creating this unit. And then you trim the whole block. So your blocks will come up the perfect size because you're going to trim them down a little bit. It's actually a really good, you know, a beginner who's had a little experience, maybe if you've had a little bit of piecing experience, a few quilts under your belt, that's all. Not an absolute beginner quilt, not a first quilt, but definitely second or third. Shall we do the menu? Let's do the menu and see what's coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow. I will love you tomorrow, I really will. 8 a.m, fabulous fabrics, including spooky designs. My life's complete. Oh! At 9 o'clock, Sandra Rushton's here with Santangol. At 10 o'clock, it's the Britannia Overlocker with Gary from Dukey. Woohoo! Oh, is it George? Is it George? It's Gary. It's George's picture on the schedule. Anyway, at 11, we'll sort it out. At 11 o'clock, it's more Santangol. And then at 12 o'clock, the Britannia CS 4000 cover stitch machine with Gary/George/me. I'll definitely be here. Oh my goodness, I can hardly wait. Now on the website, we will crash all of the quilt kits that we haven't got to in this hour. So if you want to bag yourself a little bargain, head to the website and have a look and see what happens. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a lovely rest of the day and thanks for staying with me. See you tomorrow.